Hello, I am Dr. Anna Hall, the President of the Porpoise Conservation Society. I am very pleased to welcome you all to the 2023 International Save the Vaquita Day. So whether it is good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, no matter where in the world you are joining us from, we are ever so grateful that you have chosen to spend part of your Saturday with the dedicated scientists, communicators, artists, and educators who are united by their passion for the vaquita. It is my sincere hope that 2023 is the turning point for vaquita, and perhaps, if we are lucky, vaquita's ecological prognosis will be one that is no longer one on the edge of extinction, but rather the edge of existence. I thank you again for joining us today. I know you will enjoy the event just as much as I will.
Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to International Save the Vaquita Day 2023. We are meeting again. We're excited that you're joining us, whether you're watching this live with us right now or you're watching it at a later time. I did want to start today by just acknowledging that we are honored to be broadcasting to you today from the traditional unceded territory of the Coast Salish, the Cree Cutlam, the Hulkaminam, Tsleil-Waututh, Chemainus, Kakite, Cayuse, Umatilla, Walla Walla, Stalo, and Musqueam nations. Wherever in the world you're joining us, we are so happy that you're here today. And as Anna Hall just mentioned, we are going to be getting an opportunity to talk to so many researchers and people just like you, if you're not a researcher, who are passionate about protecting this tiny marine mammal known as vaquita. That's why we're all here today. So we're going to jump right in and get started with our International Save the Vaquita Day right now.
Good morning, and thank you, Lauren. My name is Tom Jefferson. I'm the director of VIVA Vaquita, and welcome to International Save the Vaquita Day 2023. This is the 10th year that we've been doing this event. Before COVID, of course, we were generally having live in-person events, but since COVID, we've sort of shifted gears and now are using this virtual live broadcast as a way of getting the message out to people about what they can do to help us in our efforts to save the world's most endangered marine mammal species, the little vaquita porpoise that occurs in Mexico. And as I'm sure most viewers know, Not only is the vaquita the most endangered marine mammal species in the world, but it's probably the most, or certainly one of the most endangered mammal species, with only about 10 to 13 individuals left in its core area. The number of animals is really very, very small and really a handful. But we feel very strongly, and I think you'll see the reasons why in the presentations that are going to follow, that there is still good reason for optimism about the future of the vaquita. The remaining animals that are still alive in the small population seem to be survivors that are adapting to the challenges that they're facing in the wild. And you'll hear some good news about the status of the population from Barb Taylor soon, as well as from the others. And we really feel I know I feel very happy, and I'm sure the rest of the group that we're working with feels very happy that for the first time in the last couple of years, we have some good reason for optimism. So, the situation for the vaquita has been pretty dismal for the last couple of years, but there's definitely some good news this year that you're going to hear about. So before I go into the first presentation, just wanted to say a few words about the vaquita. As most people probably are aware, really the only threat facing the species is the entanglement in gill nets, which are now illegal in Mexico. And so the situation is really, in some ways, quite simple. We simply have to remove these illegal nets from the vaquita's range, which is a very small area in the northern Gulf of California, Mexico. But as you'll also hear in the presentations, this has been pretty challenging to do. There's many challenges, not the least of which is that drug cartels have become involved in this effort to use these illegal nets and smuggle products over to China in a black market trade. And this is something that's been very challenging and made saving the vaquita much more difficult than a lot of us envisioned it would be when we started this effort several decades ago, many of us. But today you're going to hear a series of talks about not only the status of the vaquita, but also about what different environmental organizations and various other groups are doing around the world to try to help in the effort to save the species. And we're going to have a couple of panel discussions at the end of the event that will allow our experts to have discussions about what ways we can move forward with vaquita conservation. And it'll also allow you, the audience members, to actually send in questions that can be posed to those panel members. So please do respond to that. And before we get into the actual first talk here, just wanted to say a few words that if you want to do more to help save the vaquita, you can go to both the Porpoise Conservation Society website as well as the VIVA Vaquita website. And there are a list of things that you can do to try to help save the vaquita. And in particular, donations to either of these organizations will help us to continue our efforts to save the vaquita and to continue this International Save the Vaquita Day into the future, which we hope to have for many more years. And eventually we hope it will be enjoy the prosperous Vaquita Day instead of having to save the Vaquita Day, but that may be a few years off. So without further ado, I'm going to finish up there. I'm going to give it back to Lauren and we'll get started with our presentations, and I'll see you all a bit later in the day. Enjoy the presentations.
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, we have a fantastic group of folks who are excited to share everything that we can about Vaquita. And as Tom has mentioned, there is some positive news to share this time. So we are going to get started. We're going to jump right in, and we have Barbara Taylor is going to be joining us first. Thanks so much for being here today, Barbara.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm so excited that this day is continuing and that we can hopefully share a lot of great news with you. So let me put on my... Okay, I assume everyone can see the presentation. If not, I assume, Lauren, you'll speak up.
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you so much.
Great. So I have the pleasure of giving you good news from our survey just last May. It's so exciting to have good news to share with all of you who have been following so many years of bad news. I'd like to introduce the areas that a lot of people are going to be talking about today. This is a very complicated slide, but I'm just going to concentrate on 3 parts of it. The big red rectangle that you see is the gillnet prohibited area. And you see that there are lots of no's and yeses associated with that, but the biggest no is about gill nets, which it should be. No fishing with gill nets, and no possessing or transporting them within 10 miles of that area. And sadly, that is still something where the enforcement falls very short. Inside of that, you can see the black area. That's the Vaquita refuge area, which has yet more restrictions that mainly are not being carried out. And finally, in 2017, the recovery team recommended that because it was so difficult to enforce in this larger area, and because vaquitas had done everyone the favor of contracting their distribution to a very small area, that we try to just guard that area. And it's called the zero tolerance area. It's outlined in yellow. And most of what I'll be talking about today takes place inside or near that area. Well, in 2018, 19, and 21, we did surveys concentrating on that area. And we were hindered by the number of gill nets that were actually inside the zero tolerance area. So in 2018, the government of Mexico ended compensation to fishermen to compensate them for not using gill nets. And as a result, everyone started using gill nets again. And it became a very hazardous situation for vaquitas, not only during Totuaba season from December to early May, but also in the shrimping season in the fall, which is when our surveys took place. Here you can see, for example, November 3rd, 2021, those circles represent where there were pongas, and there were 117 of them inside the ZTA, 43 outside. There was enough gill net to run the length of the ZTA, which is 24 kilometers, 5 times over. So a very much despicable situation for both the vaquitas and those of us trying to survey and track them. But what we observed even then was that vaquitas were doing much better than expected. So what you see here in the gray and black are taking our last full abundance estimates for vaquitas. The very last full survey was actually in 2015. But then between 2015 and 2018, we had good acoustic monitoring. And so those trajectories that you see going from 2018 to 2021 are projecting the full population of vaquitas through time. What you see in red are what we actually saw just within the ZTA. So those are very minimum numbers. And you see that they're doing actually better than expected. In 2021, the expectation would have been that they would be extinct. And yet we observed 7 or 8 and maybe as many as 12 vaquitas just within the zero tolerance area. However, as you saw just a few slides ago, the enforcement was still a very serious issue, even within the ZTA. So just a year ago in August, the Navy placed 193 of these concrete blocks with these big hooks that were intended to entangle gill nets, or even better, to prevent gill nets from being placed in there because fishermen didn't want to lose their gill nets to entanglement. You'll hear a lot more about this in a bit, but I think it's important to include it as part of this survey because it was something that we were all worried about, and definitely was something that we got to observe firsthand in May. So what you're seeing here are the track lines from the side scan sonar of the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society's new vessel, the Seahorse. And like many of us, we were very concerned that there would be nets that were entangled on those hooks that then would entangle vaquitas. And so they were looking for nets. And between January and May of the time of the survey, in all of that searching that you see here, which basically covers the entire ZTA, they found only a single net. So that was extremely encouraging. And you'll hear later that the number of the small type fishing boat, pongas, and nets inside the ZTA has been vastly reduced. But what I'm going to talk about mainly is what we did in May. So the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society funded the visual effort. And here you see their ship, the Seahorse, and the Serena de la Noche, which they contracted so that we would have 2 search vessels and 2 different kinds of vessels to try to get close enough to vaquitas that we could photographically identify them and also be able to see whether they had calves and how healthy they were. We were also able to take with us a number of local trainees to work with our experts who have been out there sighting vaquitas for decades. And that was really great to be able to have a whole set of local young women who got the experience of actually getting to see vaquitas through binoculars, naked eye, and with these big eyes that we typically search for, the 25 power binoculars you see on the right there. We find vaquitas by using a combination of acoustics and visual. So the acoustic effort was headed by Armando Jaramillo, and he worked for the government of Mexico. And he and his team and a group of fishers have been instrumental in doing this intensive acoustic monitoring for many years. And for this effort, they deployed these passive acoustic detectors in all the areas where you see circles there. The size of the circles denotes how many days they were able to listen for vaquitas, and the colors tell you the encounters per day. So gray for no encounters, green for 1 encounter per day. And you can see that most of the encounters were right up in the northern portion and along the boundary of the zero tolerance area. And I'll talk about those little dots in the next slide. So here you see the track lines of the Seahorse in blue and the Serena in red. And the small dots are vaquita locations. They aren't all, unfortunately, separate vaquitas, but instead they are the times that we actually had locations and sightings. So some of those sightings, we were able to follow the animals for well over an hour. And so there'll be many dots for a single sighting. The other important thing to point out here is the amount of effort that we had outside the zero tolerance area. Because we saw no gill nets at all inside the zero tolerance area and only a few outside the zero tolerance area, we were able to survey unhindered. And this is in large part because May is a very low fishing season. So when we were there in the fall, it was the peak fishing season for shrimp. And in May, it's the tail end of Totoaba season and the beginning of a Sierra season. So there was very little fishing, and it allowed us to look for vaquitas outside the ZTA. And there were 2 important reasons for that. One, of course, is what you see here, is that we knew that they were being acoustically detected right up to the edge. Those concrete blocks only cover the ZTA And we wanted to know whether vaquitas were in fact outside the ZTA to give the government of Mexico data to expand the ZTA. The other important thing was we'd never been there in May. And so vaquitas have their calves in February, March, April in that area. So they would be tiny calves. And we were concerned that we might miss where the mothers and calves were concentrating in shallow waters. And so we wanted to do more searching in the shallow water areas near the ZTA. But you can see we were very successful at finding vaquitas and very successful at showing that the ZTA didn't cover their most critical habitat, even for mothers and calves. We use expert elicitation to estimate the number of calves, unique calves that we saw during the period that we were there in the area surveyed. And you can see the most likely numbers are 1 and 2, with a very small chance of there being 3, 4, and 5. And for the total number of unique vaquitas, including calves, the mean was 10.6 unique vaquitas, a 76% belief that there are between 8 and 13, and 65% confidence that there were at least 10. And this is basically what we've been seeing since 2018. So it's really very encouraging that they made it through those years of very intense gill netting. And now they actually have an honest to God refuge, which is the best conservation action that we've seen for vaquitas. I'm going to stop by showing you what is, to me, the most encouraging thing, and that is there's a healthy mother and her healthy calf. And you can see they're nice and robust. There's, out there with no vessels. They're just feeding and, being happy, healthy looking vaquitas. And that's exactly the kind of thing that you want to see if you're going to encourage the government of Mexico to take the tough actions that it will need to take to save Mexico's endemic porpoise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much for that update. We were just chatting here saying that is so exciting to not only have new video of a couple of vaquitas swimming together, but to have 76% of researchers saying, yeah, we think there's anywhere from 8 to 13. And exciting too that you were able to get the survey done in a time that you said you'd never been able to access that area before. So overall, how are you feeling? I know that's a very positive presentation you just gave, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, we're super encouraged. And as you'll hear, the government of Mexico is moving forward to add more blocks and to extend the zero tolerance area into new areas. So we're very, very encouraged and hope that the government of Mexico and the Sea Shepherd intense collaboration can continue, and that will be out there next May. I forgot to tell you that really the reason we could go out there in May and the reason we did go out there in May is because there's much better weather than we were having in the fall. So the fall was very few of the very low wind days that we need to be able to see vaquitas, and May was a much better month. And so we'll continue to do it in May as the main season.
That's so exciting. And this is the thing too, right? Every time researchers go out and get this information, it just adds to our overall knowledge. So thank you so much for your time and joining us today. We really appreciate it. Sorry. Are you going to stick around for a little bit?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. We're going to build on what Barb was just sharing with us, and we actually have our next presenter is going to be sharing about population genetics for vaquita. Today we are joined by Sergio. I think you are ready to go. Oh, I think we have an echo happening. Do you have any headphones, Sergio?
No, I don't. Do you want me to try to find some?
If you have
It's just
I think that would be fantastic. Sometimes what happens is the sound comes out of your speakers and then it comes back through. So it just echoes a little bit. But if you do have some headphones, otherwise we might be able to come up with a solution here.
let me know.
We've just lost your audio. Oh, but I'm still getting a little bit of an echo. We're going to come up with a solution. I think while we come up with a solution, what we're going to do is I'm going to pass everyone's attention on over to Julius, who is here once again. Hi, Julius.
Hey, everybody.
What are you working on back there?
Well, I'm going to be actually doing a drawing of Vaquita today. And so I've got a partially finished sketch going here. And here we go. That's what we can see so far. It says in pencil on paper, so different from last year from the digital. And I'll be filling in some of this. And on my segment, I'll be going through some of how I'm doing this so that the audience can follow along or draw your own Vaquita. And then later on, we'll also talk about how and whom to contact in government to encourage them to generate responsible and effective policies to help protect and increase the survivorship of Vaquita. So tune in for that.
That's amazing. And just a quick question, Sergio, don't worry, we are going to come back to you while we're just working out some technical things. Julius, you've actually done a lot of this where you have done live streams and people can draw along with you. How long have you been doing that for?
That's happened since about 2020. It was actually at the beginning of the pandemic. I had this idea that since kids were going to not be able to be in school, I approached various conservation organizations with the idea to do online webinars that teach kids how to draw endangered species. And then I also go through their biology. And sometimes we have additional experts online as well to discuss about their biology. So it becomes an educational and artistic hour of fun for people, and it's now in various places, and there are a lot of pre-recorded ones that you can access, and I can make those available to people as they like as well.
Oh, that's amazing. And your experience, you have a background in paleontological drawings, is that?
In my work day to day, most of what I do is paleontological drawings, but also to all kinds of natural history stuff. But I'm a biologist in my background, ecology and microbiology.
Amazing.
Okay. Hi, I'm the voice in the background, the disembodied voice. I think we're going to try and bring Sergio back and see if that issue has been resolved. No, we can hear you. Sergio, are you watching somewhere in the background on YouTube or for any of us?
It is, yeah, but it's in the background where I joined. So can I?
Sergio, I have to remove you from the screen, otherwise everybody's hearing you with an echo. If you could turn that off, if you have YouTube or Twitch or anything else in the background that is playing the stream, if you can just switch that off so that you just leave the StreamYard window open, and then we shouldn't be hearing an echo.
Okay. So I am in a StreamYard.
Yes.
That's
the only thing.
That's the only thing that is open.
Okay, so Sergio, the way we were doing this, we're only going to put you on and we're going to mute our own microphones because we're only hearing this echo when we're talking to you. So that way you won't hear us anymore, but you'll be on air. How does that sound?
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. It's just I'm on StreamYard. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
All good.
Okay. So I'm going to start presenting. Sorry for that inconvenience. And so today I'm going to talk to you about population genetics in the vaquita. So I hope you see the presentation. And so the presentation that I'm going to present is this. It's how population genetics in the vaquita is the most current research. and how the implications and how it can be applied to conservation. So I'll just start by saying that we know that there's a lot of anthropogenic activities reduce the population size of different wildlife species, and these are just some examples of those species that have been reduced. And there are more, these small populations have been or could potentially be more affected by random events. So these random events might be a wildfire or a hurricane or the emergence of new pathogen, right? And this is because in small populations, each individual is more, let's say, viable or valuable. And if you lose those few individuals due to these random events, you lose more genetic information, okay, that compared to if you lose some individuals in a larger population. So what this causes then is an increase, as we call it, in genetic drift, which is just a random fluctuation of genetic diversity, which can be lost due to these random fluctuations. But also small populations have an increase in breeding, okay? And this inbreeding is the reproduction among related individuals, okay, which further reduces the genetic variation. So another thing that these small populations or that happen in small populations is this increase in the expression of damaging genetic variation. And these damaging genetic variation are those that encode for diseases or morphological, physiological abnormalities. So in general, these genetic variations, these damaging genetic variations are kept in low frequencies in populations, but and most of the time they are in like heterozygous state. So only one copy of the two copies of the genome, from one from mom and one from dad, are they have that variant. But when populations are small, the probabilities of having the two copies of this damaging variant increases. So and then this damaging trait, disease or abnormality is expressed. And this is not good for small populations, actually. So then in very small populations, inbreeding is unavoidable, right? Like eventually all individuals will become highly related. So here I'm only showing you this graph in which in really small populations, like number of 5, there is a complete inbreeding, right? We have this inbreeding coefficient in which in population genetics we measure the inbreeding, and 0 is complete outbreeding and 1 is complete inbreeding. So this is only showing you that inbreeding is reached really, really rapidly or relatively rapidly in populations that are really small. So one of the less desirable or actually most negative impact of inbreeding is this inbreeding depression, which is the reduction of fitness in the population due to the reproduction among highly related individuals. And one iconic example of this is the Florida panther that went through a population of 6 individuals for 2 generations, and then was kept at 4 individuals for 10 generations. And it had very low genetic variation and also some morphological abnormalities that, of course, if you have cardiac defects, so the population the fitness of the population is reduced, okay? So in the case of the vaquita, we know that there has been a 99% reduction in the last 20 years from 600 individuals to around 10 individuals in 2020. And for what Barb was just saying, right now we have around that same number. So, and we know that most of this decline is due to bycatch mortality in gill nets that are used for illegal fishing of totoaba. So this accelerated decline has made the vaquita one of the marine mammal with the highest risk of extinction. Okay, So then these rapid decline and these small populations have made researchers to try to understand the genetic variation of the species. And in the late 1990s and mid 2000s, several studies analyzing the genetic variation of the species were done. And in those studies, between 30 and 20 individuals were analyzed, but these studies did not find any variation in mitochondrial genome or in mitochondrial DNA, a specific region that is most of the time is highly variable. Also, they analyzed two immune genes, and in one of them, they did not find any variation. And this is strange because immune genes are highly variable to protect against different pathogens. And in one other gene, they only found two variants. So these genetic studies show little or no genetic variation in the species. So because of this small population size, small genetic variation, little genetic variation, so there was this question that is it possible that Vaquita might be doomed to extinction due to inbreeding depression, that it has gone through inbreeding depression already. And in the late 90s, Barb and Lorenzo, they performed a study and they show that this might not be the case, but they have very limited genetic information at that time, pretty much just the mitochondrial DNA information to reach this conclusion. But since then, we know this might not be the case. But now with advancement of genomic technologies and sequencing technologies, we analyze 20 genomes of Vaquita to try to answer this question. And it was nice that these 20 samples cover 3 Vaquita generations because we can see how the genetic variation of Vaquita has changed over time or not. So what we found, and it's just confirmed what Phil Morin found in a previous paper, in a previous research, that Vaquita is the mammal with the second lowest genetic diversity is here, signaled by this red arrow. So it has really, really small genetic variation. Just to give you an idea, the mean human heterozygosity, which is just a measure of genetic variation, is 0.001. And the Vaquita is like 2 orders of magnitude less. So very few genetic variations throughout the genome. And so then what we did is we analyzed and we see like these are the 3 generations that you can see here from the 1980s, 1990s, the mid 2000s, and the 2016 and 2017, I believe. So if you see heterozygosity, again, just a measure of genetic diversity, it's pretty much at the same level. So it doesn't change. So it shows that this recent decline hasn't affected genetic variation. So genetic variation hasn't declined. And also, if you remember the inbreeding coefficient that I showed you in the first graph of the presentation, we have it here. And we don't see an increase in inbreeding coefficient either. So there's not an increase in inbreeding in Vaquita throughout this period of time that we have samples from. And this is confirmed when we see that most of the individuals analyzed have a kinship coefficient that is really low. So we only have a couple of highly related individuals, but because they were mothers and fetuses, because when they found these individuals, they were pregnant and when they made the autopsy. So those are the individuals that are highly related, which makes sense. But in general, there is not a high relatedness in the Vaquitas. So this is one cool example. So there's not an increase in relatedness or inbreeding in Vaquita. So then we try to figure out the demographic history through time, to deep time. And actually Phil Morin in a previous paper, just based on one genome, one individual, found that Vaquita has been small, like the effective population size. The effective size is the actual size of, or actual, we can simplify it as the part of the population that actually reproduces. And it has been small for almost 300,000 years, so below 5,000 individuals. And with this new analysis that we did, we refined a little bit this analysis based on the 20 genomes, and we found that 26,000 years ago, there was a further reduction from around 4,400 individuals to 2,800 individuals, effective individuals, right? So this is telling us that Vaquita has been small throughout its entire pretty much history, okay? So, and it has been further reduced, and now more reduced, as we know. So then we analyze the protein coding regions, which is just the parts that codify for protein. This is kind of a complicated slide, but the only thing that I want you to take from this is that this genome wide heterozygosity, right, is a proxy for population, for effective population size. And in this axis, the y-axis is the weakly or moderately deleterious genetic variants. And as we see, when we compare the genetic, how much or how many genetic weakly or moderately deleterious variants Vaquita has compared to another 11 cetaceans, Vaquita has actually accumulated these weakly deleterious variations, so these damaging genetic variations. And this is due to the reduction of the efficacy of purifying selection. So some little, some damaging genetic variation has accumulated, but it's a really small effect in Vaquita. However, when we try to see if the accumulation or the potential for inbreeding depression, so what we observe is that Vaquita has the lowest number of heterozygous deleterious alleles. That means that there is very few, because it's in a heterozygous state, so it's very little potential to become homozygous, right? Because there is not much variation left, and that it will have a big effect or a big negative effect. So there is really low risk of inbreeding depression in Vaquita. So, and this is because due to this small population size through time, like through the whole history of the species potentially, it has been eliminated these highly and strongly deleterious variants. And so there is not much potential anymore for inbreeding depression. So how can we use all this information, right? So all this genetic and genomic information to inform conservation. So what we did to do is to perform a population viability analysis in which we took all this genomic data that I showed you before, and together with the life history traits and ecological data. And so this data is the best data that we have available to date about the Vaquita. And we model the mortality at the rate that it was observed and run it 100 times, this analysis, 100 simulations. And what we observe is that the reduction reflects the mortality in gillnet. And in order to evaluate the impact of this mortality rate, right, over the next 50 years, we change the different recoveries and different bycatch gillnet mortality rates. So what we found here is, like, if we eliminate 100% of gillnet, right, and if we have 10 individuals, which is what we say we have right now, the extinction probability, or the probability of extinction, is only 6%. But if the bycatch mortality is reduced only, I mean, a lot, but 90%, this probability of extinction increases for almost 20%. So it's 27% if that happens. And if it's only reduced 80%, this bycatch mortality, the probability of extinction is above 60%. So so this was really, really important, right? And so this is a different way to see this. So these are all the simulations, and so these are the 6 that in red, 6 simulations that got extinct. But also it's important to notice that if the reduction, like our model predicts that if the reduction of bycatch mortality is 100%, the population will actually reach high numbers in the next 50 years to potentially over or around 300 individuals. But if it's only reduced 90%, then the population, it has more chances of going extinct, but actually the population size won't be as high. So taking it all together, so these results support the idea that implementation of strong and effective conservation actions, like the ones that are being done today with these logs, will likely lead to the recovery of the species. And this is all based on this population viability analysis that we did. So yeah, so I just want to conclude with these points that population size of the vaquita has been historically small. It has been really or very low genetic diversity, but very low recent inbreeding also. It has accumulated weekly deleterious variations, but had purged highly or strongly deleterious variants. And there is little probability of inbreeding depression in the future. And vaquita is not doomed to extinction by inbreeding depression, and it has actually high chances to recovery if gilded mortality is eliminated. Thank you.
So much for your presentation. That was amazing, and really, again, exciting to see that, you know, population growth from those computer models that you were projecting, and the possibility of imagining 300 vaquita out there in the future is just really cool. I did have a question for you from one of our viewers. Someone asked if it would be possible to genetically modify vaquita with CRISPR to maybe improve genetic variation. Is that something that's ever kind of come across maybe a discussion that you've had?
Yes, it in theory is possible, right? So yeah, it could potentially be done, and that actually I think probably Barb knows more, but there might be in the frozen zoo from the San Diego zoo some cells that are being kept there for, you know, in the future when technology advances might be able to do something with that. But could potentially we could engineer vaquitas, right, to increase genetic variation. I don't know how good it will be, because one of the points is like, because of these small population size through time has actually been just in these species, right? I want to be clear, like different species are different scenarios, but for this species has been actually really good because it has eliminated these damaging or deleterious variation that otherwise will have been accumulated, and potentially we will be talking now in a scenario of inbreeding depression. So yeah, it is possible. I don't know if I will do it.
Well, I think that's exciting because we often imagine, you know, when we think of a population, that there are so many animals. So when you're talking about genes that could be causing a problem, we do often reference that with exactly what you're saying, populations that have a whole bunch of individuals. But here's an example where the vaquita seem to maybe have never had a large population. And so those genes that would be a problem probably have worked themselves out already. But to have that information and to have that knowledge really does give us the support to better protect the ones that are left. Did you have any final thoughts that you want to share any viewers?
Yes, I just want to kind of repeat what I said at the end, that these new, you know, the results that Barb was just describing kind of like reaffirm or is encouraging, because when we came up with these results, some people criticized those, but now see that if you actually protect and left out these this mortality, the species is resilient and could potentially increase. So I really would like to see more of these efforts and see this scenario of recovering vaquita and high numbers to come true. So hopefully we can all pitch in and do our part to do that.
Thank you so much. And we really appreciate your time today, Sergio. I'm probably going to reach out to you in the future because I'd love to pick your brain more about vaquita. Thank you so much for joining us. For everyone who's joining us today, we've got about 195 people watching us live on this channel, perhaps cumulatively across everyone. We are excited that you're here.
Across all the channels,
Across
yes.
all the channels. How many channels are we on, Marcus?
7, just 7 today.
7. That's a good number. We are going to be moving our attention over to our in-house artist who is joining us today. So our next focus is on Julius. How's it going back there?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's such a pleasure to be here. Yeah, sorry. How's everyone doing today? Such a pleasure to be here on another, actually very hopeful year for saving the vaquita. For another International Save the Vaquita Day. I am so pleased to be here, and I've got to say, this is the first year, and I've been doing this with you guys for about 4 years now. This is the first year where I've come here, and the reports that I'm hearing from even the first 2 talks here have made me hopeful and happy and really excited as a biologist because we have some really good news actually for a change on this extremely endangered species of cetacean. So now we're looking at the possibility of those individuals that have survived so far being survivors in that they have managed to evade some of the nets probably. They may be learning for all we know. There's no concrete evidence for that, but I wouldn't be surprised with cetaceans being as smart as they are often. And the projections suggesting that we may expect an increase. And now with an actual real refuge starting to be established in Mexico for them, this is what they needed all along. They're not being hunted specifically. They're being entangled in the net set for another species, also critically endangered. Okay, with that, with this really positive note, I'd like to take us through a little bit of what I'm doing here, in addition to just celebrating the background and cheering the vaquita on, is to show you some of the drawing that I've been doing featuring vaquita. And as we know, artwork can serve wonderfully as an advocate, a tool for advocating for the protection of wildlife. And one of the things that we like to do with artwork is use it to spread the message through various social media channels, by including artwork in letters to our government officials to help encourage them to make better protective policy for wildlife, and just in general to celebrate wildlife and to learn more about it and to convey it to others how beautiful wildlife can be without in any way other than photographs. So here, what I have here is, in this case, although I'm usually a digital artist working digitally to create reconstructions of scientific themed subjects and with a background in biology. Today, instead, I'm doing traditional artwork with pencil on paper. And what I have here is a group of vaquita. And I've started this illustration already. So it's a little bit different from some years in which I go through one simple drawing from the beginning to the end, because we've done that in a few cases. But now I'd like to show you something that's a little bit more complete, and I'll show you some of what I'm doing along the way, because this is another way to get people interested in watching art. I know a lot of people love to watch art developing, and I always love that as well. So what we have here is a pod of vaquita. If you count them, there's actually 8 of them here. So that's actually amazingly close to the total number of vaquita surviving in the world today. Imagine how frightening that is, that on one page, with not a lot of reduction in size, I can show you an image showing what you would see if you gathered up all the vaquita in the world into one place. And it's not much more than what appears on this page. So let's make that bigger. Let's add to this. And as I add vaquita, let's hope that that also reflects an increase in the vaquita's actual populations. So what I have here is several of them, including adults and a youngster up here as well. The mother's actually pushing the youngster up toward the surface. So the youngster is actually sitting on, resting on top of the mom's back. It's a newborn. The mother is going to help it, to push it up to help it breathe. The other ones are swimming around. There's no nets in the background. These guys have evaded the nets. And I'm also drawing the new ones here today, showing some that are kind of moving upward to kind of, give you an idea, sort of a hopeful sort of idea of vaquita moving upward in their populations as well. And so what we have here are the way to draw these, and these guys are really adorable little porpoises. They're affectionately known as little panda bears of the ocean. And the reason for that is that around their eye, they have this little dark patch. It's probably one of the most distinctive features of this species. And so I'm going to darken that dark patch here. You can see I've already drawn the outline of this one and the second one as well, of the new ones today. And so I'm just going to keep adding darker lines and add the shading along them as well. And what we like to do as artists is ultimately, when I'm doing pencil, some lines are okay to leave to the end. But one of the things that's really useful is to eliminate the lines as much as possible, or to blend them in with the shading. So although you see a line at the back of this one here, that's because I haven't added the background water. When I do, like if I were to shade it here, for example, that'll darken some of this area, and that'll make that line at the back of the vaquita less visible. So this is one of the things I haven't added yet, is the background. There's various ways to add background. When it's water like this, there's a lot of uniform color or tone. And so that means that you kind of have to come up with creative ways to try to reduce the amount of those lines visible as you're shading. So using the side of the pencil is useful, for example, or using cross-hatching and small patches that are repeated over and over instead of these long lines across the sheet. Make it look a little bit more easy on the eyes. And then at that point, you can see that this line is becoming less obvious and more like what you would expect in a photograph, where there are no actual lines delineating the edges of objects. Okay, so that's one thing that you can do there. With this vaquita here, or these vaquita, these new ones, we are instead adding some shading to the actual animals themselves. And so for that, I have here a couple of things to keep in mind. The shape of the vaquita is, they have this little, I call it like a Mona Lisa smile among cetaceans. It's very subtle. The shape of the vaquita's snout is very, very specific and very distinctive. It's actually slightly pointed, but only slightly. There's some curvature on the chin. And then there's this slight bulbous melon here, but not much of one. There's a small head relative to their body, actually, among porpoises, too. And among porpoises, they have the most falcate or hooked dorsal fin of any of the porpoises, much more like a typical dolphin's dorsal fin, which is quite different from most porpoises, which have, well, actually, porpoises have an incredible diversity of shapes of dorsal fins. So I'm going to add actually a little bit of shading as we go here. I'll add the nose at the sort of the front of the melon, or the snout, or the rostrum of the vaquita. The rostrum is that snout bit. And they don't actually have much of a rostrum, but in this area, they have this darker shading as well. So they've got this dark patch on the eye, and they've got kind of a dark, like almost like thick lipstick, almost like a clown's lipstick, basically. It makes them have this really interesting little, almost like beaked appearance on their face. And I'm going to add a little bit of darkness here to the mouth there to outline a little bit better. And yeah, I know it's sometimes sort of focusing on my pencil a bit, but I'll move back and forth between them. And here again, you can see that little dark area. These are the really distinctive features of the vaquita, these dark patches. And porpoises have, well, a variety of shapes, but vaquita are very similar in overall shape, aside from their dorsal fin, to harbor porpoises. They look somewhat similar. I mean, there are differences as well, but they're pretty similar overall. But these color patterns here that we're seeing, these dark areas, are something that really distinguish them a lot. And that really, really faint little smile that goes almost right up to their eye in where it is, almost level with the eye, because of the interesting shape of the porpoise's skull, which has the eye positioned very low on its face. And there's also this little bit of a dark line that comes back from just behind just under the back of the mouth toward the pectoral fins, which are the equivalent of our arms genetically. And they're also called the flippers. So the flippers here are also dark relatively. And what we're seeing here is this flipper is edge on. We're seeing it almost like if I'm holding my hand like this, basically, so that you're seeing very little of the surface, the upper surface and the lower surface of the pectoral fin or the flipper, and we're seeing more of the front, the leading edge of it. The part that would encounter gill nets and start to get entangled in them, which is, of course, what's been threatening them with extinction all along here. But these guys have apparently been able to evade them well enough lately that it looks like their population is, for now, at least stable, even though it is extremely low. And we might expect some increase. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? I'd be so excited to see Vaquita's numbers actually increase, because not only is it wonderful to save another of the very few species of porpoises from extinction, but imagine what that does for those of us who care about life on Earth, who want to protect it from extinction, to see this kind of emotional boost from a species with so few individuals left, like probably in the range of 10, to bounce back and thrive once again. It would be an amazing motivation to us to continue our efforts, especially for those people who are at risk of feeling despair from what we're seeing in the world today, in this biodiversity crisis we're living through. To see the Vaquita bounce back would be incredible. And just a note to Marcus and others, if you want to at any time switch back to the speakers, just feel free. I will continue to draw here. And this way we kind of have a little show going in between speakers as well. And I'll continue to just kind of show you guys how I'm doing this and share some of my techniques with you, and also just kind of celebrate Vaquita all this way. And of course, I'll be back at 11:30-ish for the next segment, when we're going to talk about ways in which you can become directly involved in helping the Vaquita by reaching out to individuals who may be able to help produce effective policy to protect them. In the meantime, it's always so wonderful to see when we're getting people caring enough to even like send donations and such to some of the conservation organizations. It is wonderful to see people being so caring that they're going to actually give up some of what they earned like that. But even your efforts individually to send letters, emails, call telephone numbers, and just to contact those people who are actually able to make a real difference in laws as well as industry, and share with your friends, share with your family, tell them about how important this is, that we have the chance now to save one of the most endangered animals on the planet from extinction. We can do this, we can do anything.
Marcus is transferring me over here, and Julius is doing this amazing drawing. Julius, I just wanted to let you know there's a ton of comments that people are just saying how amazingly detailed. They had their own paper out to draw along with you.
Oh,
and I will recognize a lot of the folks who are watching from the Marine Mammal Rescue Twitch stream.
Oh, great.
We're getting a lot of Katmai clap, Rialto clap. So there's a lot of otter fans that are wondering if Vaquita would get along with their otter adoptions.
Well, isn't it wonderful to be able to have these opportunities to sponsor and adopt these animals symbolically? I've done that with several of them as well, and it's just a nice little emotional boost as well. And yeah, if you can sponsor an otter and a Vaquita, you have this sort of parental sort of position with them, and now you can kind of see them as your little babies in many ways.
Well, and the other thing I'm thinking of with art is if we get all these folks to share their own images of Vaquita. I just had a thought that we could maybe graffiti Vaquita everywhere. Then everyone can see Vaquita everywhere. I'm not trying to change their name. But while Julius continues to draw his amazing artwork behind us, we do have many other folks for you to hear from today. And waiting in the wings is Lorenzo Rojas Bracho, who's joining us. And we are excited to bring him on screen. How are you doing today, Lorenzo?
Fine. Thank you very much for having me here.
Welcome back. This is great to see you, and we'll pass it on over to you to share your story and your information with us. This is fantastic. Thanks.
Okay. Let me see. Let me know when you see the screen. I don't see it yet.
Oh,
There.
we got it. There we go.
Okay. So before I start, how do I, let me see if that works. There's something strange here, but anyway, that shouldn't look like that. But I have to thank first Tom, Anna, Marcos, Lauren, Christine, everybody for your support in doing this for so many years, and VIVA Vaquita and Porpoise Conservation Society. Thanks so much for your amazing hard work. And my screen is not moving. Here we go. So this is what I was asked by Tom to present, the conservation efforts, but I think they have to be in a context. And this is an outline of the chat. I will start with a brief summary of the International Committee for the Recovery of Vaquita recommendations, and then I'll do the background conservation programs from previous administration, the passive Vaquita, and then, and then we will have the strategy for Vaquita, and then I will come to the current administration plans, and then I'll do a final comment. So probably you're tired of seeing this slide. I've used it several times, but for decades, the International Recovery Team had told the Mexican government, if you want to prevent Vaquita from going extinct, you have to reduce bycatch to zero. And to do that, you have to eliminate gill nets. And to do that, you have to develop alternative fishing gear and probably vessel modifications and provide social and economic alternatives to the communities, enforce the law. And those have not worked properly yet. What it has always happened, and you heard the beautiful presentation by Barb, monitoring the Vaquita, international support as something we have here right now, and the removal of illegal fishing gear. So let me start with this, the passive Vaquita. The goal was to reduce bycatch to zero. And to do that, they came with the idea of buyouts. And so this program really was to allow fishermen to move to other economic activities different from fisheries. Then they had a switch out, which had two components related to alternative fishing gear, replacing gill nets and trammel nets with this alternative gear, or providing fishers with access to fishers that do not use gill nets. And then there was the mariculture or aquaculture option. And then the biodiversity conservation was a rent out, really. This was to compensate fishermen not to fish in the Vaquita refuge that Barb showed the map. There are many reasons for what these fail. I'm just going to mention a few. We have papers, a couple of papers that go in more in depth in that. But one of the reasons it failed was a voluntary program for fishers. And the other one, it's what we've seen from then to now, a chronic deficiency in enforcement. And this translated in allowing fishermen that had been compensated and received funds from the government to go inside and fish within the Vaquita refuge. And then, very important, probably the most important, the lack of alternative fishing gear. Now, this is the next government from 2012 to 2018. They came with this strategy. And of course, came the same, reduced bycatch to zero, by suspending the use of gill nets and other nets, and economic compensation for fishers, then increase enforcement. And let me read this: development of alternative fishing gear that does not interact with Vaquita and allows fishermen to carry out their economic activity in normal way. That's perfect. But what failed? It failed because the economic compensation turned to be perverse incentives, and these allow corruption. So the owners of permits and boats received tons of money. One of these guys received 10 million pesos, and one, let's say, ordinary or common fisherman received 0 pesos. He was about to sell his boat to compensate, and he's a good friend of ours. So this created this asymmetry in the income through this program, and it just turned into having more gill nets in the water at the end. And again, this lack of efficient or effective enforcement. And I'm going to repeat this many times, and you will finish with this at the end of my talk: the inability or inattention of fisheries authorities to provide fishing permits, because then you cannot use alternative fishing gear if you don't have the permits. The inability to implement and develop alternative fishing gear together with fishermen. That's important, together with fishermen. And so that didn't work. And now with this administration, they started with the Northern Gulf of California Sustainability Initiative, which is a funny one because the general objective, you said, I'm not going to read it, but it called about create environmental, sustainable, resilient communities, good fishing, or the reactivation of fishing, which was a funny word because they never stopped fishing really. And to do that, what calls me really, you have all these beautiful things that they don't mention Vaquita in there, which might be fine, would be strategic. But the graph you see on the bottom, this is the Vaquita decline in blue, and then this is the amount of funds invested by the previous administrations. The conclusion was, basically, doesn't say that in the text, but the more you invest, the worse the population goes. And so this just translated in severe budget cuts to the National Commission of Protected Areas, 28%, minus 28%, and then to the Ministry of Environment, minus 36%. So with those big cuts, what can you really do? And another thing that it's just kills me is Axis 3 in these ones makes sustainable and responsible fisheries. And this is developed the prototype of the artisanal purse-seine fishing system called Mozambique. Why the hell that? Because that is planned for Corvina, and where we have no problems or the least problems of Vaquita bycatch is in the Corvina fishery. So why develop it as the only thing there? It sounded to me like someone in the fisheries department is investing in Corvina exports or anything, something strange is there. And then we had, this one has a long title, the September Agreements. Barb mentioned a few things, the zero tolerance area where you wouldn't have any fishing, ban also the possession, manufacture, and sale, transportation of gillnets, not only there, but also in the gillnet exclusion zone that Barb showed in red in that graph. And then no fishing at night, specific landing sites that are not respected, and a vessel monitoring system. And then the ghost net removal. And one important thing is fishers turn over gill nets within 60 calendar days of the date of the publication, which was September 24, 2020. This is not happening. I mean, the only things that really has happened is recently what the excellent news you heard from Barb, and good news usually about removing gill nets, not as much as it was before when we had a big program of removal that was destroyed by this government or canceled by this government. But where the hell is the alternative fishing gear development and implementation in this program? I mean, when you read the program, it assumes that this already exists and the fishermen use them already, which this is not the case. So the other two didn't work, and now we have the new compliance action plan that the government of Mexico is presenting to CITES. I think it's poor in terms of the well-being of the fisheries sector of the upper Gulf of California. But let me go through a few of those. We have line action 4, implement a program for alternative fishing gear, and the marking and fishing equipment program for, they say minor vessels should be small-scale fishing vessels. I guess they were translated some funny way. That's from the original document from the government. And I underline this because this is recommended that the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Institute in Pesca recommended the alternative fishing gear, and they are training and guiding and advising fishermen how to use this alternative gear. Now, in the text, they say INAPESCA has undertaken various projects in 2004 for alternative fishing gear. That it's true. And then there is this tricky drafting in this last paragraph. The selective fishing system developed have been internationally supported by ACOF, the Expert Committee for Fishing Technologies. Now, this is written in a way like if INAPESCA had designed the alternative gear. That's not the case. It's ACOF that has designed the alternative gear with little support at the end of the Fisheries Institute. And there's a complaint by ACOF saying they don't get the response on time for the alternative fishing gear programs that the COF develop, and they are on the shelf. We have them there. They're off the shelf. but they haven't been implemented for some strange reason. Now, in this, they report that 100% of permit holders have received training on authorized shrimp trawls and Suripera nets, which is two of the alternative gear. Suripera works with the wind a leader. And then there's another one, say 100% permit holders have received training on authorized net for non-cartilaginous fish, finfish basically, traps and hooks and lines. And I called two fishermen last night and asked them about this. And this is what they told me. It's a lie. The bad thing for us is that we cannot deny it because we don't have the documents where Pesca or INAPESCA says this or mention these lies. So on the other hand, if we know this is a lie, to whom should we go? The authorities? So this is not happening, and it hasn't happened. And this is one of the Achilles tendon or heel, but it's one continuous problem in the upper Gulf. Now they have another action, prevent the entry of CDA and keep it free of gillnets. That's done, and we're very happy about it. But then they say put in an operations system to locate these small-scale vessels. But they don't mention what are going to do with the clone pangas and the white pangas, which are illegal vessels. They're going to go to the legal fishermen and say, here is your vessel tracker. So that has to be solved. Then Action 6, raise awareness of illegal trade in Totoaba. That has some really nice parts that deal with workshops with the fishermen and working with them and explaining many things to try to bring better communication with authorities in the communities and helping the communities with what they need, but still has to happen. And then another line of action is operationalize the trilateral enforcement contact group. That's true. That's a very good, and it's supported in China, US, and Mexico where jointly, but there are other 12 or 18 cities in different countries that also you have traffic of Totoaba. And we know from Felba Brown and Martinez Tahueña that this is a financial crime. And it has to be treated that way if you want to solve it. And nothing is mentioned there. It might come later when they meet. And then there's another one, strengthen intelligence actions to combat transnational organized crime. That is true. That and they have to use intelligence, but they don't use it very often. They don't use it properly. And one of the reasons is the 3 members of the gangs that control illegal fishing in the upper Gulf. They went to jail, they went to trial, and they were let free out. So they are out, and they are out there again. And what happened if you saw Sea of Shadows? They identify who are the Chinese working to send to the black markets in Hong Kong and continental China, the swim bladders. We don't know anything. They haven't been arrested or. Anyway, that's sorry for bringing the bad news. But now I'm going to go to the good news. And this is Pesca BC is a grassroots organization by fishers who are fishing all the time. And they promote alternative fishing gear. They've been supporting the acoustic monitoring and visual surveys and removing gillnets. They did their own survey. Not a lot of fishermen, like 30 or 50. But they found that 85% of those they interviewed, they declare that they only use gillnets and that they don't use any alternative gear. And I think that reflects really the situation. And the good news is that these guys train these other fishers, and some of them were able to bring at least 1 or 2 the same amount of shrimp that you will get with a gillnet. That's 3.5 of tons during this period. But also they've been developing finfish models. I'm happy to mention this because I'm part of the board of directors of Pesca BC. And they developed some sustainable fishing with hook and line. And then they use this humane killing that you bring the fish to the panga, you press the brain, let it bleed on ice slowly. And this has improved the sanitary management of the product from sea to consumer. And the good news is they could have got the regular market price would have been 270,000 pesos. But with this method, they were able to get 633,000 pesos. So this is, I think, excellent news. And you don't have to go outside and have fisheries institutes saying what to do. Support these efforts, support these guys that are doing the proper things and they're being successful. And then the best news I've heard since for 30 years working with Vaquita with Barb, and Barb mentioned that's a reduction of fishing effort in the CDA, zero tolerance area with these hooks and lines in that area. And I've talked to the head of the Commission for Natural Protected Areas, and they are expanding the CDA with anti-gill net devices, as Barb mentioned. So that's being on the works, and that's a very good news. And then let me finalize with this. You need alternative fishing gear and socioeconomic alternatives so you can satisfy the livelihoods of fishermen. That will bring the well-being. There's a whole concept of well-being in fisheries, but you can bring the well-being, the material well-being, the community well-being, and the subjective well-being to succeed. And then if you have these, enforcement will be much easier to do, and then the conservation actions will work. And this will impact the domestic conflicts, the bilateral conflicts, like the Pele Amendment. That there's a letter from a good letter from the U.S. government to the Mexican government about Vaquita, and they have to Mexico has to perform some actions to conserve Vaquita. Then there's a trilateral issue, which is the U.S.-Mexico trade agreement, which also brings trouble to Mexico. And then there's a multilateral problems we're facing with CITES and UNESCO. So you have to do that. You have to have alternative fishing gear. Otherwise, nothing else will work. Now, in the Mexican, you need a framework, sort of where you have governance, you have institutional, operational, and legal and proper policy in place. And that's not working, I think, properly. And let me explain one thing. There's one thing in the Mexican law that I think it's amparo, probably injunction in English, I'm not so sure, that protects individual citizens against rules or acts or omissions from the authorities. And if the government doesn't work with the fishermen to provide them with alternative fishing gear, fishermen will go out to work under amparos, because you cannot force the fishermen, you cannot seize their fishing gear if they don't have something to feed their families and bring food to the table. And that could have done years ago, but that didn't happen. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention. And this is just one of the photos from that time.
That's amazing. Lorenzo, thank you so much. And I think what you're talking about here, looking at the fact that we can, approach the Mexican government, and even if maybe that seems unattainable for some of us, you're talking about getting the fishing gear that actually would be appropriate. And since that hadn't even been developed, maybe there's people out there watching who are like, hey, I know how to make fishing gear, and maybe I'm going to work with this. So I think that's really great to have a bit more of that, kind of what do we do? What kind of action can people take? And seeing that available to people is really amazing. Did you have any final thoughts or things that you wanted to make sure that people understood about your work and about kind of where we're at right now with Vaquita?
Yeah, I think that the important here to me is that you cannot develop alternative fishing gear and impose it to fishermen, which that's how the text, at least that's how I read the text in all these new government initiatives. You have to work with the fisherman community. They know, and only it's difficult and it's not easy, and they don't want to change. I mean, it's relatively easy to use gill nets because you just place them in the water. And this other gear, you have to be very skillful. And old fishermen know how to do it, but young fishermen fail. So they need to be trained, and then they need to be trained by those fishers that have been successful. And these fishermen are genius. I mean, they've designed this gear. They have modified gear from the government. So the government doesn't allow them to modify the gear. But those who have modified it, they were able to fish this much shrimp. And even though, and that's an important thing to say, the fishermen that use alternative gear, they are being bullied by the gill netters, which is most of the fishers in the upper Gulf, and especially the legal ones. So they cannot fish in the good fishing grounds where they would get more shrimp. They have to fish in these areas away from gill nets, very close to the coast, which is a disadvantage because shrimp moves to deeper waters. And the same thing with finfish. So the government has to support these guys who are being successful, and they have the alternative gear they have. And then there are experts worldwide that have COF, the Expert Committee on Technologies, from Denmark, from Sweden. They're two great researcher women and good friends. And then you have from Scotland and UK and Canada. These guys, if the fisheries authorities cannot do that, just stay away and allow these group of experts to come and do it in a transparent, big scale or large scale format, because we never know what happens with alternative gear until you talk to fishers and they say things don't work. And just we have time just to put one example. Fishermen were provided with Suripera's alternative gear, but they were made by two different manufacturers. So some fishermen received one part of the Suripera from one manufacturer and the other part from another manufacturer. So they couldn't put them together, and that thing didn't work. And when they went out the water, the panga just was circling around. So yeah, the fisherman department says we provided alternative gear. Yeah, but you don't specify how bad that thing is. And then I don't understand why the other authorities in the Mexican government keep trust the National Fisheries Institute, because they've been lying through the years. So if people have any ideas of how to deal with that, because we're almost run out of ideas, but letters, people are against that. But I think some letters have made a good change and at least keep the ball rolling in the way it has to go.
No, I think that's a really good point, because, here we are, the bunch of people joining to protect Vaquita. We all want to do something, and it's good to know that sometimes maybe we are not the ones to do something, as you're mentioning the fishing nets. So thank you for clarifying that. And I think it'll be really good to just be mindful of, where can we help and where should we step back and let the people who are on the ground doing it, the fishermen, again, as you say, who are experts in what they do, give them the power to do what they need to do properly. Thank you so much for your time, Lorenzo. We really appreciate you being here today with us and sharing your knowledge. It's absolutely invaluable. Thank you so much. I love it. We need more of those. Viva Vaquita. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. Good to see
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Well, we're going to be moving on. We have another guest speaker here today, going to be sharing on the current status of international conservation efforts about Vaquita. We're being joined by DJ Schubert. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Christine. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Well, we're excited to hear from you and to learn what you have to share.
Super. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen.
I feel like I just have so much information now rolling around in my head, more this year than last year. And I think that's the best part, is there's always something new to learn.
Is my screen up?
We can see it now. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Well, thank you, everyone. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm DJ Schubert. I'm a wildlife biologist with the Animal Welfare Institute, and I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you so much to VIVA Vaquita and Tom Jefferson and Porpoise Conservation Society for inviting me. I should note that while I'm making this presentation on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute, AWI collaborates with the Natural Resources Defense Council, Center for Biological Diversity, and Environmental Investigation Agency on most of the work that we do on Vaquita porpoise. So today I'm going to present on international efforts to save the Vaquita porpoise, and I did include my email address because there's so much information to share and there's so little time. I can't share it all. And so anyone out there that might have questions, or if you want some documents to confirm what I'm saying in regards to some of the international actions that have been undertaken, I'm happy to share that information. I'm happy to answer any questions. So please do feel free to contact me. So I'm going to go through a number of different actions that have been taken on the international level to address this crisis facing Vaquita and the illegal fishing of totoaba. I would note that I'm not going to talk about the efforts underway in Mexico. Captain Carranza will speak after me on the very important work that Sea Shepherd Conservation Society is doing in collaboration with the Mexican government and specifically the Mexican Navy. But I will provide a summary of what's been occurring through CITES, or the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, the International Whaling Commission, the World Heritage Convention, the International Committee for the Recovery of the Vaquita, the IUCN Cetacean Specialist Group, United States, Mexico, Canada Free Trade Agreement, Pele Amendment to the Fishermen's Protective Act, and the Marine Mammal Protection Act Foreign Imports Rule. As you can see, there's a lot that has been happening at the international level, and sadly, much of this work, while progressing, has taken a long time. And that's precisely why I thought this cartoon that was published in the Mexican newspaper a few days ago was, directly on point for people that may not be as intimately familiar with this issue as I am. Perhaps they didn't quite understand what was being demonstrated here, but this came out in response to the International Whaling Commission's Vaquita extinction alert that was published a few days ago. And for those of us who work on this issue, this really reflects a lot of the frustration that we've felt over the years, not just with the Mexican agencies, many of the Mexican agencies that just haven't acted with the sense of urgency that this issue requires, but also with the international conventions like CITES and the World Heritage Convention, and even the United States, Mexico, Canada Free Trade Agreement. There's just a disconnect between the critically endangered status of the vaquita and these international efforts to address the matter. It is the case that many of these conventions, frankly, are not designed to act in such a manner to address these critically endangered species. I was once told with CITES when
DJ, sorry, not to interrupt you. The screen that you're sharing, we can see your title page, but it's not necessarily changing as you are going through.
You can see what? I'm sorry?
We can see your title page, the International Efforts to Save the Vaquita Porpoise, but it's not actually changing as you're going through and sharing.
So DJ, what we can see is your PowerPoint window, basically. This is what we're seeing, basically. We don't see your actual presentation as it's running.
Very odd.
You may have just shared the wrong screen, maybe. I'm not sure.
We can see that it's changed now. So there's some snails with papers on them, but it only just changed.
And we only can see that screen.
Okay.
We don't see the other screen, the other window.
So do you see the cartoon at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
But we only see the PowerPoint. We see the PowerPoint window where you have those little slides on the left. That's the window that we see. We don't see the other one.
Well, that's interesting because I see the full screen version on my
Maybe you can just leave this window and just use that window and just use those little thumbnails on the left to switch through the slides, because that's what we can see.
Okay. So you're seeing the cartoon now?
We're seeing the cartoon now, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Apologies for that. This is a brand new computer. I've never done a PowerPoint on it, so obviously there's some snafus I have to deal with. But just to get back to what I was saying, for those of us intimately familiar with this issue, this cartoon really captured the frustration that we feel working on this issue, both with Mexican agencies that just really haven't taken this issue, handled this issue with the urgency that we think is absolutely critical, but also with the international conventions like the CITES Convention and the World Heritage Convention and some of the U.S. Laws that we've been using to try to put pressure on Mexico to do more to try to save the species. So let's make sure this works. Nope, that didn't work. I'm just going to do it this way. So to start with CITES, are you seeing the CITES slide? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What happened?
DJ, if you can hear me, your audio is still coming through.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
We got you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. Sorry for
no
the issues. But you're seeing the CITES slide, I assume?
We are, yes.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know, the Vaquita and Totoaba are both listed on Appendix 1 of CITES. And as a result, this issue has created the first ever circumstance within CITES where you have the illegal take of one Appendix 1 listed species affecting the very existence of a second Appendix 1 listed species. Now, this issue, just to demonstrate the time it's taken to make sort of meaningful progress within CITES, was first discussed in 2016 at a CITES Standing Committee meeting. After that meeting, and at each conference of the parties that was held in 2016, 2019, and 2022, the parties approved a series of decisions. Decisions are used within CITES to direct individual parties, governments, or all governments, or the Secretariat, or the Standing Committee, or what are called the Animals and Plants Committee, to do certain things in regards to a particular issue, in this case, the illegal trade in Totoaba. Now, at the Standing Committee meeting immediately prior to the 19th Conference of the Parties, the Standing Committee gave Mexico an ultimatum. It said that Mexico needs to prepare a compliance action plan, which Lorenzo spoke of, by February 28th, 2023, or if not, it could face trade suspensions. It also said that if Mexico prepared a compliance action plan and it was deemed to be deficient, that it could also face trade suspensions. Well, Mexico did submit a compliance action plan. It then submitted a revised compliance action plan, but the CITES Secretariat determined that it was not sufficient. And so on March 27th, the Secretariat recommended a trade suspension so that all parties would suspend trade with Mexico, and this would be limited to commercial trade in CITES listed species. It would not have affected, or it did not affect, non-commercial trade. That suspension lasted until April 13th. Now, some people were upset when the suspension was lifted, but it really did what it was intended to do, which is to compel Mexico to take another look at the compliance action plan and improve it to the point where it became acceptable to the CITES Secretariat. Now, at the time, the CITES Secretariat was neither the CITES Secretariat nor Mexico were transparent. They weren't releasing the plan, nor any of the draft plans. So nobody knew exactly what was in these plans. Several weeks ago, the government of Mexico released both a short summary version of the plan and a longer version of the plan in Spanish. And just a few days ago, I think on July 24th, the CITES Secretariat posted a notification providing to the public, to the parties, opportunity to download the English version of the summary compliance action plan. Now, under the CITES decisions, Mexico is supposed to report on the implementation of the plan so that the next CITES Standing Committee meeting, which is scheduled for November of 2023, the Standing Committee will be able to review Mexico's actions and determine if they are sufficient. Mexico submitted a report to the CITES Secretariat just in the last week or so. It was reported in the Mexican media. And unfortunately, the plan itself has not been made public. We have requested a copy under Mexico's open government laws. So we're hoping to get a copy soon so we can see exactly what Mexico said. But also the CITES Secretariat will eventually publish it and make it available to all parties by about a month from now. So 2 months approximately before the Standing Committee meeting in November. Now, Lorenzo spoke of some of the actions within the compliance action plan. And basically there are 77 actions and 34 targets. I don't have time to go through all the detailed nitty gritty within the plan, but I did want to highlight the 7 actions, which is to asking Mexico to better enforce the departure and landing sites where the vessels are supposed to be examined or inspected before they go out into the upper Gulf and then when they return, to improve enforcement of the prohibition of vessels in the zero tolerance area and nets in the zero tolerance area and the larger Vaquita refuge, to improve intelligence operations to combat organized crime, to improve the alternative fishing gear and gear marking program, which Lorenzo spoke of very passionately, to continue and improve vaquita population monitoring, and to raise awareness of the illegal trade in totoaba and its conservation implications. In addition, as Lorenzo mentioned, the Compliance Action Plan includes encouragement for Mexico to establish, in collaboration with the United States and China, this trilateral enforcement group. Sadly, I can tell you on that last point, that has been something that's been in the works for years, probably 6 years now. And for one reason or another, Mexico, the United States, and Canada cannot seemingly agree to terms of reference or sort of the operational functionality of this trilateral enforcement group. So to the best of my knowledge, it's still not operational, which is very, very disappointing. So moving on to the International Whaling Commission and its scientific committee. Now this, I would say the IWC is one of those entities that has done its best to impress upon everyone the urgency of this issue, not only through the adoption of 2 resolutions, one in 2017 and 2007 and 2016, but also based on the various recommendations, probably hundreds of recommendations made by the IWC Scientific Committee over the years. Honestly, I think they've run out of adjectives for the word urgent in their reports, because if you go back and look at the recommendations, going back for decades, they have frequently and repeatedly noted the urgency of this matter and how Mexico needs to do more to enforce its laws to prevent the illegal use of gill nets in vaquita habitat. The IWC has corresponded with Mexico. Another letter is currently in the works to address some of the new issues that have come up in regards to vaquita and conservation. And of course, as many of you may know, just this past week, the IWC issued its first ever extinction alert for the vaquita, which went basically viral from a media perspective with attention, with coverage, literally around the world. It's fantastic that that happened. It certainly helps to raise awareness about the status of the vaquita and threats to the vaquita. And so we certainly thank the IWC and the various scientists that had something to do or had their hands involved in preparing and preparing that extinction alert. So for the World Heritage Convention, this is something that's still underway. The Center for Biological Diversity petitioned for an endangered inscription for the islands and protected areas of the Gulf of California World Heritage Site, which is basically the entirety of the Gulf of California, back in 2015. The World Heritage Committee meets annually, with the exception of the recent years due to the pandemic and other complications. But at its 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2021 meetings, it adopted a series of decisions. These decisions both commend Mexico for progress being made, including in regards to some of the work that was initially done on alternative fishing gear, but it also raised very serious concerns about the plight of the vaquita as the population continued to decline over these years, and Mexico's failure to adequately address the illegal fishing of totoaba. We were successful in getting this endangered inscription for the World Heritage Site approved in 2019. And while some people consider that a punitive measure, in fact, historically within the World Heritage Convention, an endangered inscription is intended to be a tool to help the government in question address the threats to the World Heritage Site, whether it's a cultural site or a natural site like the case in the upper Gulf of California. So because of the pandemic, the World Heritage Committee could not meet in 2020. And then they had some complications with the fact that the Russian government was chairing the committee, given the war in Ukraine. So it's prevented a in-person meeting until next month. So the next step in this process is the adoption of what are called corrective measures. Some of the people that you've heard from today participated in the preparation of corrective measures, working closely with the World Heritage Convention and the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Those should have been adopted in 2020, but unfortunately, due to the circumstances I previously described, they aren't going to be adopted until next month, when the World Heritage Convention finally has their 45th meeting in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Now, they have put out the document. They have included the corrective measures in the document, and I have summarized here what is in effect in the corrective measures. Very similar to some of the bits and pieces of the compliance action plan that I referenced earlier. Strengthen law enforcement, strengthen legislation, strengthen the detection and elimination of illegal gill nets, effectively implement a permanent ban on gill nets throughout the species range. And that's just not on the use of gill nets, but the possession of gill nets, the manufacturing of gill nets, the transportation of gill nets, high-level cooperation with destination and transit countries involved in illegal trafficking, and ensure a large-scale rollout of alternative fishing gear systems. These corrective measures, while they could be stronger, and we are going to advocate that committee members revise them to make them stronger, they are very similar to the regulations that the government of Mexico put in place in September of 2020, which in fact were very strong. And had the Mexican government been able to implement them fully, we would be in a very different position, a better position than we currently are in regards to vaquita and totoaba. So in terms of the International Committee for the Recovery of the Vaquita, again, some of the people that you've heard from are actually members of that committee. It was a committee established by the government of Mexico. It issued 11 reports between 1997 and 2019. And the reports were rather remarkable because not only did they provide wide-ranging recommendations, but they provided considerable amount of information on a number of topics, not just vaquita population status, not just the acoustic study of vaquita, but on the alternative fishing gear, on the illegal fishing. They really are very useful reports, and it's a shame, frankly, that the government of Mexico hasn't asked for the International Committee for the Recovery of Vaquita to continue to meet and to provide advice on how to address the illegal take of totoaba and the recovery of the vaquita, particularly given the September 2020 regulations, particularly given what's happened with CITES and the World Heritage Convention. It really is critical, in my opinion, that the government of Mexico reconvene this committee and ask for it to establish, continue to do its fantastic work in reporting on all elements of this issue so that the public and decision makers have that information available for making management decisions. Again, another great source of information is the IUCN Cetacean Specialist Group. If you Google that name, you'll find their website. It's chock full of information about cetaceans, cetacean conservation issues, threats to cetaceans. It really has become an important tool, particularly with the International Committee for the Recovery of Vaquita not meeting. It's become an important tool to share information and updates on both good news and bad news in regards to vaquita. And it does have a specific page on vaquita where you can find all the recent information about the recent population survey that Bart Taylor summarized earlier. And then going back in time, you can find information about illegal fishing in the Upper Gulf, previous vaquita population surveys. So it's if you're interested in learning more about the vaquita and its history and the threats, I would recommend that you go to that webpage.
DJ, thank you so much. This has been amazing to see, how much still has to happen. And you're talking about getting those the new conservation methods adopted that should have happened in 2020, but hopefully is going to be happening next month. Is that something that you're going to be involved in? Like, will you be there for that meeting?
Unfortunately, due to the U.S. State Department recommendation that U.S. citizens not travel to Saudi Arabia, I'm not able to attend, but my colleague Alex Oliveira from the Center for Biological Diversity will be there in person. He lives in Mexico.
Amazing. And with the
I can get through the last few slides in just a couple minutes if you want me to.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So just to complete this this talk, just going through a few other initiatives that we have undertaken to try to address this issue, to try to compel Mexico to do more for vaquita. The United States-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement is another tool. It has an environmental compliance mechanism, and we've used that mechanism in August of 2021 to encourage the United States Trade Representative to initiate compliant consultation with Mexico over this issue. That was agreed to in February of 2022. In addition, we've reached out to the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, which is an entity that was established when the USMCA was negotiated, and it is basically responsible for ensuring compliance with the environmental chapter of this trade agreement. It also provides an opportunity for non-governmental organizations, conservation organizations, to be part of the process to raise concerns about one or more countries, one or more of these three countries not complying with the convention. So we petitioned the Commission for Environmental Cooperation to initiate a review of this issue, and they agreed to, in February, I think 2022, to create basically engage in a fact-finding mission or a fact-finding effort to basically compile all the facts regarding this issue so that everyone sort of is on the same page in terms of what has been done, what hasn't been done. Unfortunately, both these processes are still underway. The consultation process is still ongoing, and the Commission for Environmental Cooperation has not yet voted. The three countries have not yet voted on whether or not to approve the recommendation to develop this fact sheet or fact analysis of the issue. Finally, on the marine mammal, I'm sorry.
DJ?
Yes.
So sorry. I think I am actually unfortunately going to need to cut it. But a question for you is, will this presentation, would you be able to make that available for people who are curious? And are you also around for the panel that we're doing later today?
Yeah, I can make it available. I'll be around for the panel, and I'm sorry for going longer than I should have.
No, not at all. It's totally fine. Again, this is all fascinating information. We want to make sure people have it. And I'm going to be the person with the hook. But thank you so much. We will absolutely be able to finish what you have. And again, thank you for your time and being here today and sharing your knowledge and experience about what else is happening with the vaquita right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DJ. We do have our next guest speaker ready for you is on the Operation Milagro, or Milagro, probably. I'm pronouncing it with my English accent.
Operation Milagro, yeah.
It is Milagro.
Yes, well
and
done.
This is Captain Octavio Carranza?
Yes, correct.
Awesome.
I'm actually, it's very interesting for me to see and to hear all these people that work in a whole different area of helping the vaquita versus us that we have ships on the front lines. So I think that it's fascinating to me to see kind of all the people that are doing all these other things for the vaquita. As many of you guys know, Operation Milagro is basically it's an operation that involves ships. I am the director of the ship operations, and during the time that we're starting on our 10th year on Operation Milagro.
Wow.
So this is, I've been there 9 years on the front lines. So I think that, so it's very interesting to see. And I've worked with, with some of the people that that I've seen on this panel. Barbara mentioned one of our ships earlier. We've had 6 vessels in the Vaquita Reserve during the time that that we've been there, and the Seahorse, which is our flagship now. I think Barbara will be very happy to know that right now we're doing some maintenance on it, and we are preparing the ship for the Big Eyes, Barbara. So I think you'll be happy to know we're actually doing a lot of work to prepare it for future studies. And I think that's important to collaborate, because now that I'm seeing all these people that are involved with Vaquita, like I said, we're just more frontline people. I am gonna, so Operation Milagro has basically, we started with 1 sailboat in 2014, and that was Operation Milagro 1. And since then, like I said, we've had 6 ships in operation, and again on the front line. At times, we've had to encounter a lot of violence towards us, and it has been a very unfortunate sort of process. But I'm going to go back to, and I don't remember his name, the guy that was drawing the Vaquitas, but I'm gonna go as far to say that I have some very positive news to share with you guys as well. Our main function now with the Seahorse is to monitor the ZTA 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the reason that we bought this vessel was so it could stay inside the ZTA for long periods of time, because we have found that our mere presence is a deterrent for the illegal fishers, as I've heard them I call them poachers. But they've been called fishers by other people. That might be the scientific term. I have been, captain on many of the ships, and I have seen how it has evolved, this Operation Milagro, and I can tell you that it has evolved to the point where we used to see the bottom of the ocean littered with nets, and now we're seeing 0 nets, and that is very, very good news for the survival of the species of the Vaquita. As I mentioned, our main focus is to gather information. The Seahorse has been fitted with a very sophisticated sonar, and I think that was one of the original purposes of my being here to talk with you guys, and I will get into that in a second. But we have very sophisticated equipment. We have a WASP, it's a Furuno sonar that can actually see what's going on underneath our ship. And now we're working with long-range drones, which have also helped to kind of up the ante, if you will. So as I said, Barbara brought this up earlier, and these are the blocks that were put in by the Mexican government. I just want to be clear that Sea Shepherd had nothing to do with the implementation of this mission. They didn't even share the position of the blocks, because they wanted, it to be top secret for, and I understand that. So the word doesn't get out where the blocks are. But thanks to our very sophisticated sonar, we are able to find the blocks, and we have mapped out, even though I'm not allowed to share that with you guys, we have mapped out exactly where the blocks are. And in this photo here, you can see what a block looks like with a net. So we're using the technology that we have at our disposal in order to see what's going on in the ocean bottom in order to keep the Vaquita safe. Because as we know, if there are no nets, essentially the Vaquita is safe. If there are nets, it's always a problem. So the good news is that we're not finding a lot of nets, and this is another image of our sonar, and this is actually a better image of a concrete block, but without a net. So you can actually see the concrete part and the hook part of the net. In the process of being on almost 10 Milagros, I think we became experts on finding nets with sonars. And this is something that I think I've discussed with different scientists as a possibility to use and to possibly write a paper on using this for conservation of other species. And we have plenty of data because, and then this is another image of our ship going through the ZTA looking for, so now that we have a map of where the concrete blocks are, we can actually go to the blocks and make sure that there are no nets. So this is what this is our actual chart plotter, which is essentially what we're going to be, using to navigate and also to protect the vaquita. So what happens if we find a net? And I think that was the next question of what Operation Milagro has become. Like I said, Operation Milagro has evolved from us getting there. I remember Milagro 2. We got there. We found nets using grappling hooks, but we had no idea how we were going to pull them. And then it evolved to us learning how to use a sonar, and we became very effective and efficient net pulling vessels. But it got very aggressive because obviously we were taking people's nets, and it became very expensive. And this evolution has allowed us to get to this point. And I have to say that this point is a very good point because we are not finding any nets. And this is what we would have wanted to see in the early days, as I call it, not the 80s or anything, but the early days being 2015, 2016, 2017, we were seeing a lot of nets. And that's when the population was going significantly down, the vaquita population. But the way that we do things now is that we have this great collaboration with the Mexican Navy. And this collaboration allows us to share our information. As I showed you, our sophisticated chart plotter with all that information, we are able to broadcast that to them if we want to, but generally we have communication with them almost on an hourly basis, and depending what's going on. And now they have an officer on board our ship, so they actually can see that live from their perspective as well. So their eyes are on it as well. But so what happens if we find a net? We have a Milagro director, a very good Milagro director. His name is Nahum, who's doing a wonderful job with the communication with the Navy. And at this moment, because we have the ship in a maintenance period, we have a team that's on land, and I'll get into this a little bit in a little bit, but that is actually still patrolling the area or monitoring the area against illegal fishing, because that's the deterrence comes from just us being there. So, and we're also using the drones. So in this photo here, you can actually see what we're doing now. So we're no longer pulling the nets. The Navy's pulling the nets. And you can see on the bow here that it's our crew working side by side with the Mexican Navy. Like I said, over almost 10 years of pulling nets, we have become sort of net pulling experts to a certain extent. So right here, I can see Albert, our bosun, working hand by hand with the Mexican Navy, pulling the net on the bow. I can see a grappling hook. That's probably how they grasp it. And these ghost nets are just very, very heavy. We're still, since like I said, all Milagro campaigns have had different evolutions. And right now we are, with Milagro 10 starting in a couple of weeks, we are figuring out new ways to pull the nets, including using our crane and different methods. But the Navy is going to be doing it, and that's the thing. But we are still processing the nets, and this is something that we've done the whole time. Here again, once they brought the net onto our ship, you can see here Albert the bosun, and you can see Pablo is his name, and he's not just a decky, but he's also a medic. So they bring the nets onto the ship for processing, and this is something that we've done for a long time. And then our science department, we have 2 scientists on board the ship at all times. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're making sure that seeing what's going on the water using the radar and seeing what's going on underneath the boat. So this is Laura. She's been with us for a long time, and she, at this point in time, during this net retrieval, she is freeing a crab from the net, and she will release the crab, and hopefully that crab can live in a net-free environment. And after that, she is going to document all this information, and we've been documenting for years. All the science team has, and we share that with the world. So anybody's free to go to our website and see how many pangas are inside the ZTA. Pangas are the skiffs that they use to fish with. So it's you know, as soon as the seahorse is back in the ZTA, we will update that daily, and you guys will be amazed at the difference between what we used to see and what we see now. We're talking 0 nets most days, 0 pangas in the ZTA most days. And like Barbara said, in 2019, or I think when we did that survey, there were hundreds of pangas in the ZTA, literally hundreds. So to be able to do a survey, because I was on this recent Vaquita survey as captain on the ship for a couple weeks, it was quite a difference to be able to do the survey, to let the scientists do their job, and to tell us, you know, how many vaquitas are left. And of course, the baby vaquita footage was great. But anyway, back to the slide here. This is the process in the net, and processing is, it didn't quite fit right, but anyway, you can see that the deck team is responsible for this, and these nets will be recycled. And I have some news that came out yesterday from the Mexican government regarding this. But as you can see, they will separate the net from the buoys, the lines, the leads, and the material. And all those will go into bags, and then we will give that back to the Navy, and the Navy will put that in their facility in order to, you know, to shred, which I will get into in a second. And so this is a very unique collaboration that we have. And like I said, you know, 9 years of being on the front lines, as I call it, I think that we're in the best possible place that we've ever been, you know, and I think that's why I think there's this kind of upbeat, positive feeling. Like I said, it's very interesting for me to see all the people that have been working on this, but from the scientific standpoint, this is probably the least scientific presentation. Our chief scientist couldn't make it today, so I think she was going to give some more scientific information, but you can get all this information on our website. So this is an image of our flagship, the Seahorse, and I think Barbara already showed it, and so now it's going to be there in a couple weeks, and starting Milagro 10, and then we're gonna do surveys on Vaquita surveys with Barbara and the international science community. We're very happy to have that boat there, and then back to our collaboration with Semnar, or the Mexican Navy. They are actually recycling the illegal nets. We bought them a shredder a few years ago, and just on the 11th of August, they shredded 15,000 meters of net. That's about 9.32 miles of net. So that will never be in the ocean again, and it's going to be recycled. They're taking the lead on that, and they're going to take the lead on what it's going to be recycled to. We've had programs in the past where we recycled nets into shoes and other things, stuff that we can use for fundraising. But for the moment, the most important thing is that the net shredding is happening, and it happened 2 days ago. So, and the Mexican government just released this data. So I think that we're in a good place. And I had the video of the baby Vaquita here, and for some reason it didn't come up. But I just wanted to end on a positive note. Like I said, you know, right now I'm the captain of the Seahorse that's out of the, you know, we're doing some maintenance on it. And I like to remind everybody that this is why we fight, because before it was more of a fight, now it's more of a intelligence campaign. So I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity, giving Sea Shepherd the opportunity to come and talk to you guys. I see I'm learning a lot about what's happening, you know, behind the scenes. and hopefully, this was informative for you guys to see what happens on the front lines, which is something that we're not going anywhere. We're sticking with the Vaquita, and we're happy to work with Barb and Lorenzo and anybody else who wants to protect the Vaquita. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. And clearly your physical presence in the water there is making a huge difference. So to your team, to all the folks that manage your boat and the Navy that you're working with, that's amazing and such positive news that you were able to share with us today. Thank you so much, Octavio. Is there any final thing you want to make sure that people know about, the work that you do and anything in your head that you're like, I have to share this?
No, I just, I think that what I do want to share is kind of the upbeatness that I think that I feel that other people have mentioned in these presentations, because it was really, really tough for many years being in the ZTA there, and even before the ZTA, the larger reserve, and it was just littered with illegal poachers. So I think that we can kind of rejoice a little bit, but keep the finger on the pulse, as they say, because the ship is going to be back up there very soon, and we're gonna keep fighting. So I just want to say, as Sea Shepherd Conservation Society will not give up on the Vaquita. We're going to keep fighting, and we're going to keep pushing for the survival of the species.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for your, persistence and tenacity and resilience and that passion. I know it's absolutely infectious, and that's what we want. So thank you so much for your time. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Well, as we continue to move this thing on, we're so much information so far. I know I've already mentioned this. There's so much that I had never even thought of before after having done this for a couple of years. So hopefully any of our viewers are feeling the same way. We've got some amazing folks up next. We have a youth panel. And often, if you've watched our broadcast before, we do have some young folks that come on who are absolutely vital to this conservation effort of Vaquita. We've been so blessed to hear from researchers and captains who are, physically on the water, but for many of us, we can't get there, or maybe we're not necessary to be in that space at the time, but there's so much we still can do. And so we have organized a youth panel once again to bring what they are doing to protect the Vaquita. And we wanted to introduce you to those youth right now. We are joined by 4 youth. And I think I'm seeing Aiden, you're on the top of my list. Do you want to go first and give us your name and how you're connected to Vaquita?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I will admit I'm not quite a youth anymore. I got involved with the Vaquita efforts when I was around 10 years old, 13 years ago. And yeah, since then, it's just been kind of a whirlwind of advocacy and, ups and downs. But I started off by creating a website about the Vaquita called Vlog. And then after that, I wrote a book about it and got involved with Williams Muscle Club, which I'll talk about momentarily. And then from there, it was just kind of a whirlwind of different campaigns.
That's amazing. Well, thank you for putting in the time that you have. And since you were 10, that's amazing. And I know we will post a link to your book as well, because that is important information that people should have access to.
Thank you.
I see William next on my screen here. How's it going, William?
I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you.
Good, good. So if you can give us a bit of your background. I know you're probably not falling into the youth category either, but what's your history with Vaquita?
Thanks. So yeah, kind of like Aiden, I'm stretching the youth definition a little bit here, but I got involved with Vaquita conservation efforts in 2012 when I was 14 years old. I am the past president and co-founder of the Muscle Club, which Aiden mentioned previously. We're a 501c3 nonprofit student-run organization that is one of the, I think, currently 6 or 7 members of the VIVA Vaquita Coalition. And I think we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but we were one of the groups that initially started Save the Vaquita Day in 2013, which was 10 years ago now, which is hard to believe. So I'm no longer the president of the group because I passed that to Aiden when I graduated from high school. But I'm still involved as a board member and a mentor of support to our current youth members. And I've just been so grateful for the impact that this overall Vaquita effort has had on my life and the opportunity we've had to contribute.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. I'm seeing Aeon, you're here as well. How's it going?
Good. How about you?
It's going fantastic. I mean, talking about marine mammals all day, this is my jam. I'm happy right now. Can you give us a bit of background for yourself? How have you gotten involved with Vaquita?
Yeah, so as you know, my name is Ian and I'm from Ian for Ocean, where we really focus on like ocean education and like helping people like learn more about like ocean conservation and marine life, and also focusing on vaquitas as well, because showing like other people how they're really cool animals, but also how the illegal gillnet fishing is really impacting them and what each person can do to help us recuperate the population.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ian. I know we have one more youth panelist. I think we're trying to get her back. We have Noemi, who has been involved in raising awareness about Vaquita as well. So hopefully we'll see her join us, but we'll continue with our panelists here. So I guess what we'll do is we'll go through and kind of give us a bit of an update of where are you at right now with what you're doing with Vaquita? What's some current activities that you've been doing, awareness, any span of what you've been doing, and we'll start with Ian.
Yeah, so right now, especially with COVID, we haven't really been able to do much in-person presentations and such, but we've been continuing online presentations through like live streams and things like that, and contests and also interviews. And I think that's really important, like showing people like how they can really be impactful even with like small decisions, but we're really getting back to those more in-person geared events, like more interactive since COVID. But yeah, sort of in that.
What kind of interactive events have you had before?
Like we have a VR program as well, there where we take like VR headsets to schools and such, and we show them like different, more like immersive experiences as well, which is really important. And it was a really big hit when we had it before COVID, but we're getting back.
That's amazing. Thank you. Aiden, what have you been working on recently?
Yeah, so I've actually been kind of a little busy. I'm in law school now.
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've been kind of learning the intricacies of the legal system. So hopefully afterwards I can kind of get back out there and make a difference for species like the vaquita. But yeah, just kind of, we've been continuing the online advocacy like Ian mentioned through COVID. It was a really tough time, obviously, but it was a great opportunity to kind of build up the virtual aspect of Vaquita awareness and kind of take advantage of this new like global society we have.
It's amazing. Thank you so much. And William, what is your current Vaquita endeavors? How are that looking for you?
Yeah, so kind of like others have described, we went on a little bit of a hiatus of in-person events for the last few years, but I'm happy to say that we are doing our first in-person table in a little while this afternoon for Save the Vaquita Day. So we'll be at the Cabrillo Aquarium in San Pedro, California. So very excited about that, kind of dusting off those skills. And we had all of our supplies kept carefully organized in storage. And so we were able to pull it right out and get going again. So we're working on kind of recruiting a new generation of youth volunteers to help us with some of those in-person activities. We, at one point, kind of at our peak under Aiden's administration, after he took over for me, we actually had 330 student volunteers in our organization, all over the United States and as well as in several other countries. But, you know, the nature of youth participation is that people grow up. And so, you know, many of those kids have now graduated. And so now we're looking to recruit some new younger folks to get involved. But we have some volunteers that are still in our organization who are in that middle school, high school level. And so they're helping us out with some of our upcoming in-person events. And then we're looking to kind of continue to expand those activities. But I think others have said this previously. I've been so encouraged and energized by the messaging from this year's Save the Vaquita Day. This has been by far the most optimistic one that I can remember. I know for the last few years, it's been a pretty grim picture, but things seem to have really turned around, and I'm really grateful to see that. So I think we can kind of jump back into these in-person activities, continuing obviously the online and virtual advocacy with a renewed sense of energy and determination. And, you know, what a positive message to be sharing today on ISTVD.
I agree, absolutely. I can see that Noemi, I think we're getting some of a bit of a feed here. Noemi, can you hear me at all? I think our video is a bit frozen. I know she's trying to come on in. We'll keep trying to get her. You know, I agree with you, William, the positive message. And I think it's nice, like the way you worded that of trying to jump back in. So you were saying that you have some folks who have a table set up. So you are doing some in-person stuff today. I'm curious, you know, you're mentioning trying to recruit new folks, and we've got a whole bunch of people watching right now. They might know some youth that are interested as well, but what are some of the best ways for each of your organizations that we can maybe help recruit some youth? We'll start with Eon. You know, you have a website, Eon for Ocean. Do you have on your website a way for young people who are interested that they can kind of sign up and work no matter where in the world they are?
Yeah, we have a lot of ways for that. We do have like a contact us page, which is like the standard way. And also like, we also do a lot of conferences and events as well, where that's really helpful in like outreach. And then the youth can like email us and things like that. And we also get youth involved through like contests and programs and beach cleanups and things like that. And I think that's really important to show like how important it is in a fun way as well, too.
With your beach cleanups, do you ever keep track of what people have collected and how much they've collected? And are you able to kind of share that kind of information?
Yeah, we do. We've been on a bit of a hiatus through COVID with beach cleanups, but I can pull up some of the data if needed.
Sorry, no, the random question I'm kind of throwing at you, but that's so exciting. I used to work at an organization. They did the same thing. They would do ocean cleanups. And even if you don't live by the ocean, you could be cleaning up by a stream or a river because everything ends up in the ocean. It's so great to hear that other organizations are doing that and making that difference. Well, while Aeon's looking that up, I'm going to move on to Aiden. So you are the president of this organization now for Vaquita. How can youth get involved with your organization?
Yeah, so I haven't been the president for a few years as well. We passed the torch on, but yeah, I'll let William take this one on Musqua engagement.
For sure. So yeah, our website is www.musquaclub.org. That's MUSKWA club.org. We do have a contact us page on there, or you can email us directly at admin@musquaclub.org. And that's a great way to get in contact with us. We have lots of opportunities for people to participate no matter where they are in the country. And actually, the fact that our membership was kind of distributed was one of the ways that Save the Vaquita Day came about to begin with. And so there's always ways for people to participate no matter where they are.
You know, can you speak a bit to that? We heard from Tom at the beginning of, 10 years ago was the first Save the Vaquita Day, and your involvement with that. Can you tell us a bit about the history of that? Since we are 10 years out, here's an anniversary. How exactly did the first one come about?
Sure, it's a great question. So Musqua had already existed as an organization previously before we got involved with the Vaquita effort, but we decided to take it on as a service project in 2012. And so we started out by doing some in-person classroom presentations to some of our local schools in our district, as well as some tables at local aquariums and festivals and things like that. But we also had members in other parts of the country. And so we had chapters in Northern California. We had a couple of chapters on the East Coast. We had a chapter in Hawaii. And so we were kind of trying to think about what are some ways some of our other members that are not in our core area, which was in Los Angeles at the time, could get involved. And I actually was going to be in Hawaii for a business trip. And I got in touch with the Waikiki Aquarium, which is there in Honolulu. And our contact at the Cabrillo Aquarium put us in touch with their education manager. And so I went to go speak with her. And my intent was to ask her to put up a permanent display about the Vaquita. When I met with her, she said, well, we can't really do a permanent display, but here's the deal. NOAA, so the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, has been wanting to put on an event for a while about responsible viewing of wildlife, specifically cetaceans. It was called their Dolphin Smart program. And she said, we haven't been able to accommodate that yet, but if you can partner up with them to do a one-day event, then we can make that happen. So basically the deal was we could do a Vaquita awareness event in partnership with NOAA at the Waikiki Aquarium. So we said, okay, sure, we'll do that. Well, once we got that set up and we had a chapter in Hawaii that could, staff that event, we thought, well, we've got people back home. Let's see if we can maybe do a combined event at the local aquarium in conjunction with that. So we talked to the Cabrillo Aquarium, that happened. And then we thought, well, we've also got some members on the East Coast. Let's see if we can make something happen over there. And so we were talking to several aquariums on the East Coast and managed to get that to happen. And then in the process of having all of these conversations, the American Cetacean Society got involved. And they have chapters all over the country. And so pretty much this, what was supposed to be a one-time thing at the Waikiki Aquarium turned into something called National Save the Vaquita Day, which ended up being all across the country. And this actually came together pretty quickly because the first discussion that we had with the Waikiki Aquarium was in March of 2013. And the first Save the Vaquita Day was July of 2013. So this all came together in a couple of months. The most extreme example being that the Virginia Aquarium in Virginia Beach contacted us and said, hey, we'd love to participate in this. Do you have any student volunteers? And we didn't have any in that area. So one of our moms in the group had the bright idea to call the Virginia Beach PTA. So we did and said, hey, do you guys have any kids who are interested in helping out? And they said, sure, these 2 kids will help you out. So that all happened in the first year. And it kind of blew up and became a bigger thing than we initially planned. But we thought, you know what, we'll just run with this and make it into a national activity. And so it was a huge logistical effort to get everybody trained up, make sure everybody had their materials. We had like a standardized equipment package with a craft and flyers and a life-size banner of the Vaquita and informational placards and brochures and all kinds of stuff. And we made sure all the different events had those. And then the following year, later in 2013, Musqueam became an official member of the VIVA Vaquita Coalition, which is the broader umbrella organization of groups that are trying to save the vaquita. And so then the following year in 2014, we thought, well, how do we outdo last year's National Save the Vaquita Day? We got to go international. And so through Viva Vaquita's partnerships, we were able to pull in additional groups and individuals from other parts of the world. And so International Save the Vaquita Day, or ISTVD as it's now called, first was a global event in 2014. We had some additional Musqueam members that had joined up in Austria and the Netherlands and Australia who joined up and also ran tables that year. So we were expanding our participation as well. And so pretty soon, every year, this was a pretty big event that usually had between 20 and 30 in-person venues in the United States and also around the rest of the world. So my takeaway from this was that even though this was a group of high schoolers that were just initially starting out by talking to their local community, this turned into something really big. And then, more and more organizations got involved. In subsequent years, the Association of Zoos and Aquariums recognized ISTVD. The United Nations put something out about it a couple years ago, which was pretty exciting. Jane Goodall's foundation put out something about it. And so there was really just this snowball effect of, everybody who wanted to help out the vaquita kind of came together to make this into a really big activity. And I think this really had a big impact on raising the profile. We knew as kids that there wasn't much we could do to directly influence what was happening in the Gulf of California. Like we've been hearing from some of these other groups, like we don't have a Navy, we don't have ships, we can't go down there and pull out the nets. But we did feel that, our contribution could be to get the youth energized. We could get awareness raised. We could try to bring this to the attention of people that might be able to do more than we could. And so I think, that was a huge success. And so I'm really grateful that, Save the Vaquita Day has continued to happen. And then even through the pandemic, we continue to have these broadcast events. And then this year where there's actually, I believe, 5 or 6 in-person events that are happening. So, that's coming back. And the takeaway for me and something I would want any young person listening into this to know is that there's not a limit or a ceiling to what you're able to do to help. Even if you think, oh, I'm just a kid from wherever, what can I do? The answer is more than you think.
That's amazing. And I think it's so cool that, here you are, you just had an idea, you had some family that was able to help, but there clearly was an interest in participating, and for it to have caught so quickly, and I guess spread like wildfire is just a testament to how much there are people out there who want to be involved, but sometimes we don't know how to start things. So it's so great when we have folks like you who just start something and then it just booms out. Eon, did you get involved right at the beginning as well? I know you've been involved for a while, but when did you kind of get involved with International Save the Vaquita Day?
So I started getting involved a few years ago. I learned about this through the organization and through one of the conferences that I went to. I believe it was the American Citation Society in 2018, I believe. But yeah, that's how I first got involved with International Save the Vaquita Day. And it's been a really amazing experience for me. I've learned a lot throughout the whole experience. So I'm really thankful, and I'm really glad that this is able to happen to spread the awareness about the vaquita and help people really understand. And I think it's a great initiative.
Absolutely. And I know you were searching up some information. Did you happen to find those stats?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Between 2017, actually, I'll just give the details for 2019. In 2019, we picked up a total of 1,681 pieces of trash in one of the lakes. But in total, since the entire in our entire history of beach cleanups, we've picked up over 7,000 pieces of trash. So.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of trash that you have picked up. Thank you for getting people involved in that. Oh no, I know I saw Noemi. I think she's having some internet trouble. That's okay. We'll see if we can get her. So with all of you, William, you kind of said it best of there's a lot of hope right now. I kind of wanted to go through and ask all of you, in the time that you have spent participating in raising awareness about Vaquita, how has that journey been for you? I mean, I know for myself, I have felt those ups and downs of like, oh my gosh, we're so far down and feeling a bit more hope this time. I'm curious about how that's felt for you and your organizations of that path of what it's like to be on a conservation journey, I guess. Maybe we'll start with Aiden.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. When I first learned about the vaquita, I believe the estimate was 245 remaining, and that was around 2010. And that at the time was already considered the rarest marine mammal in the world, the most endangered species. And so everyone was already kind of in panic mode at that point. And then over the next 10 or so years, we just kept seeing that number drop and drop and drop, even with some positive policy developments, the gillnet ban, things like that. So there were some really, really hard times, especially in more recent years, just as the number got closer and closer to zero, just kind of grappling with the fact that it's really close to too late. It was a really hard time as a advocate to continue trying to get people to care about this issue and to save the species when everything had been kind of failing up until that point, and the situation just kept getting worse and worse. So yeah, it was extremely challenging for a while, but the last couple of years with these concrete blocks and the reduction in fishing efforts, and this more recent survey showing that there's at least as many as there were 5 years ago, it's incredible news. It completely changed the way we view the situation. And yeah, like William said, it's now so much easier to really advocate and motivate people when we know that genetically they can recover. The refuge is actually kind of becoming a refuge now, or it really is. So it's very, very different than it was a few years ago. So
Oh, absolutely. I think we have Noemi here. Noemi, can you hear me okay? I know we can see you. We've got a bit of maybe a delay in our video. Not too sure if she's able to hear us. We'll continue to try.
I think we've lost her already again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There's a bit of a delay.
She's having some issues on her, and she's frozen right now. So sorry. Maybe we can bring you back, Noemi, for the adult discussion later.
Yes. We'll continue. Yeah, we're going to continue to try. Let's go to William. So, over your time of having, started Viva, the Vaquita Save the Day, there's so many Viva names in my head. I'm, getting credit for all of them here. What kind of changes have you seen?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's been kind of an emotional roller coaster. I think everybody's felt that over the years. Like Aiden said, when we first started working on this, the population estimate was 250, and that sounded so bad, right? It was, probably the most heartbreaking part of working on this project was every year having to change that number on the flyers and the boards, and it kept going down. And that was really tough to watch. I remember particularly, the first couple of years we were working on this, we weren't really aware of the Totoaba situation. We thought it was just the shrimp. And so when there was really a devastating report that got released, I think at the end of 2014, either 13 or 14, that really highlighted what was happening with the Totoaba, and that cut the Vaquita population estimate in half from where we thought it was. And so that was a real gut punch at the time. But, I have to give credit to the student volunteers who were involved. We kind of bounced back from that quickly. We said, okay, well, what are we going to do about this? I think Noemi's saying something here.
I think it's a delay in what happened a couple minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So what I appreciated was the ability of all the organizations involved with this to adapt and figure out, okay, well, how are we going to respond to this new situation? And so I remember when we first found out about the Totoaba issue, we came up with like a 6-point plan for what our organization was going to do about it. And we also tried to leverage the unique individual interests and talents of our members to try to figure out, okay, well, how can we use what this person knows how to do to help with the situation? So we started a STEM program. So Muskwa has efforts right now to try to design and build a unmanned air vehicle, as well as an autonomous small boat to try to help with the net recovery and detection efforts. So we got some of our kind of engineering minded kids involved with that. That's had some stops and starts and restarts over the years, but we're still working on it. And then we even had some theater kids who were involved. So they wrote like a musical about the Vaquita. So we put that on at one of our events. So we really tried to look at, okay, what are all the different ways that people can contribute to this? I think the overriding message, though, the whole time has been never give up, no matter how dire the situation seems to be. It seemed like it was just getting worse and worse and worse. And we always got questions like, when is it time to just hang up the hat? And, when is it too late? And the answer that we always gave was, as long as there's one of them left, we're not giving up. And so, like others have said, I'm really encouraged that, the population seems to have stabilized over the last few years. And even the estimates kind of maybe gone up a little bit. I remember a couple of years ago, we were saying maybe 8 Vaquitas. And so we're up from that, which is really encouraging. And, one thing I remember and I remind everybody is that when we first started working on this in 2012, some of the estimates were actually that the species would be completely extinct by 2015. And that was now 8 years ago, and they're still here. So what I like to tell people is that, we still don't know the final outcome of all of this yet, but we've certainly made a difference. All the organizations working on the Vaquita, and more people know about this too. I mean, just with our own individual work, Muskwa has done, I think, over 60 awareness tables around the world, and we've directly educated about it was 20,000 people as of 2018. So I don't know what the updated number is, but that's just in-person interactions at the tables. And so that doesn't count, whatever knock-on effects there are of people spreading the word further or social media or things like that. I know the last time I looked at the petition that Viva Vaquita put together, we had 316,000 signatures on that petition. And so, although it's been an emotional roller coaster and there's been some really difficult moments throughout this whole journey, overall, the message has been determination and hope. And that's something that, no external situation can take away from us. And so, and the last thing I'll say about this too, is that I'm really appreciative that all of these kids that are involved are genuinely caring. It's, this hasn't really been like, I'm just doing this for credit or whatever. I think sometimes, kids can have a reputation of being apathetic or whatever like that. That has not been my experience. And, all the kids involved, both in Muskwa and, other organizations that are involved in the Vaquita effort, have been very dedicated and, very determined and have given a lot of time to try to help out with this. And so I'm just so grateful for everybody who's been involved.
Well, and they seem to have good leadership from, folks like yourself who have spent the time, organizing this in the first place, having the ideas of bringing in people and working to people's strengths, right? So it's such a great example of a community effort. Ian, same question. You know, you've been involved in this for a few years here, and you have a lot of outreach that you do. Like, what kind of changes have you seen since you started working on raising awareness about Vaquita?
Yeah, like really similar to what William was saying. I noticed there's a whole lot more of awareness and a lot more interest in the Vaquita situation. And also, for me, it's also been sort of an emotional roller coaster because you keep seeing them decrease, but then you also have to still realize that there's still hope as long as there's still at least one left. So, and I'm really happy about the recent increase. I believe it's an increase in Vaquita population, and I think that's really hopeful looking to the future as well. And also seeing that people getting more interested and the word is spreading about like Vaquitas and their situation and how we can make a difference. And I think that's really important as a whole. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I had a final thought I wanted to pose to all of you about, you know, we're hearing today one of the big things, not only is Sea Shepherd actively in the area, acting as a deterrent for people who are, you know, fishing illegally and using these nets that are so damaging, but the idea of using concrete blocks with hooks, which is just fantastic. And it makes me think of like, not that it's a kid idea, but it's just such an out of the box kind of idea. So my question for you was, do you have any ideas of things that, you know, at some point we could try that maybe haven't been tried yet? You've spent so much time thinking about Vaquita. Have you had any thoughts that maybe this would work? Could this work? Is this an idea? I was curious if you had any deep-seated ideas that maybe you'd be willing to throw out there as a, you know, in the future, try this. And we'll start with Aiden.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've been kind of brainstorming ideas for you know, a long time, but yeah, we never really expected that something so simple might end up being the ultimate way to protect the species. So yeah, I don't have any specific new ideas off the top of my head, but yeah, just that example of concrete blocks. You know, sometimes the simplest solutions are the best and most effective. So yeah, never be afraid to suggest an idea. Seriously, it's you never know what's going to work. So yeah,
that is a really good soundbite to do to add to that. Like, just never be afraid to throw something out there. See what sticks to the wall, I think sometimes is the phrase I've heard. Ian, do you have any ideas of what we could try?
I've been brainstorming a lot. I don't have any like specific ideas off the top of my head, but I've noticed that a lot of the youth especially come up with these really effective and simple ideas in my experience that are really helpful. And I think really getting that word out so that people can come up with these amazing ideas that can help bring back the Vaquita population. I think that's really important. And that's really awesome because everybody has some idea. And I feel like getting really that out there, even if it sounds really simple and it might not work, just getting it out there and helping and showing people about this idea. And the concrete box sounds really simple. Like you wouldn't think that would be the key to saving the entire population. But I think it's these simple ideas that really matter, like the small steps toward a bigger goal in a sense. So.
Yeah, absolutely. William, final thoughts. Do you have any ideas, anything that we could try?
Yeah, I just wish, you know, somebody had thought of those concrete blocks 10 years ago, but better late than never. And I want to know who came up with it now so we can get them a medal because that seems to be working. So bravo. You know, there's kids come up with all kinds of outlandish ideas, right, for how to help. And so some of the ones that have been thrown out over the years are coming up with fake plastic Totoaba bladders to like flood the market. That was discussed at one point. I'm not sure how to physically make that happen. You know, and, you know, we're working on these STEM projects that I mentioned, which are actually pretty complicated. You know, there's been discussion about building like autonomous vehicles with, you know, AI to like detect stuff. And that's way more complicated than concrete blocks. So the concrete blocks thing has really kind of encouraged me to think, all right, what are some other like simple things that we can be doing here? My big question that I've always had, and this has been discussed a little bit in some of our internal meetings for Save the Vaquita Day, is I feel like we've only really been looking for the vaquitas in this very narrow specific area. And there have been conservation success stories before, like the elephant seal, where they thought a species was extinct or going extinct, and then they just found a bunch more of them somewhere else. And although historically the vaquita has been confined to this northern Gulf of California area, and it's there because of the nutrients coming in from the Colorado River, since the river is kind of a trickle at this point, and obviously we've found that we think these vaquitas are pretty smart in figuring out that this area is, not super safe. I'm wondering if maybe some of them have moved just a little bit further south and we haven't really been looking for them there. So my little hope here is that, if we can maybe expand the search a little bit in the future, obviously we should continue to focus on the main area, but if there's the ability to look for them in neighboring areas, maybe there's more of them than we think because they've just decided, you know what, this is not a good neighborhood anymore. I need to get out of here. Hopefully, that would be the ideal situations. We just find, oh, wait, there's a lot more of them. But, I really appreciate whoever came up with the concrete blocks because that was a great idea and it seems to be making a huge difference.
Absolutely. I know we're going to be hearing more about those concrete blocks later today. And even if they are just making a small impact, it's, like all of you have said, any little bit is helpful and fantastic. I want to thank all of you for joining us here today. Thank you so much for the work that you do, that you continue to do. Good luck in your future adventures. I know 2 of you are done high school and you're moving on, but we look forward to having you as a part of this project from now on. And Ian, I know you are still one of our youth and we're going to be seeing a lot in the future. So thank you for what you do and thank you for your time, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and all of us. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate this whole effort and as well too.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one, guys. So exciting to see the youth and all that they do. And we can't even get to everything that our youth are doing. So we will make sure that their websites and the work that they do is made available on all of our platforms. So if you want to check it out, you can. And if you are a youth or know a youth that wants to get involved, please get them involved. The more bodies, the better. And it's showing that it is helping us. So we are going to be moving on. We are now joined by Cedric Fogwen. I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Yeah, it's correctly.
Welcome. And you're going to be telling us about the status of the Atlantic humpback dolphin. Welcome. We're so happy to have you here today.
Thank you. Good evening or good morning, depending on where you are. Me, I'm actually in Cameroon. It is nearly 8 o'clock.
Oh my goodness. So nice and late. So thank you for joining us. It's a bit earlier for us here, but we appreciate you joining us in the evening.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about how we are addressing the knowledge gap and the conservation priority for the Atlantic humpback dolphins through community engagement. My name is Cedric Fogwen and I work for the African Marine Mammal Conservation Organization. Can you see my screen? If you can see my screen, I can go ahead.
Yeah, we can absolutely see your screen. It's got a very beautiful picture of a humpback dolphin on it.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with this map that shows where we can find the Atlantic humpback dolphin. It is a species that is found in the shallow waters of the West Africa in the Eastern Atlantic, and we have the confirmation of the species in 15 countries, and there are still some in 13 countries, and we still have some countries to make 19 where we can have where the species is suspected to be found. And the Atlantic humpback dolphin is actually nearly 3,000 individuals that are remaining in the species range. Here we know that the Atlantic humpback dolphin relies to the nearshore habitats that are heavily used by fishes, and it makes the species vulnerable to the same threat that have driven the decline of the vaquita. And actually, we are hoping to use the lesson learned from the vaquita to prevent further decline of the Atlantic humpback dolphin. The consortium for the conservation of the Atlantic humpback dolphin has therefore been established to bring together the researchers and conservationists who are interested, 90 partners that are spread in the 15 of the 19 Society range countries. And we also have international experts that are supporting the conservation of the species. I'm going to share with you how we are using citizen science for the conservation of the species in Cameroon, how we brought together the collaborator to fill the data gap through interview survey, and I will also talk about the Streetwell event, which is a kind of workshop that helps to build strategies and raise awareness about the Atlantic humpback dolphin. First of all, in Cameroon, as in the other countries of West Africa of the Society range, when people see the Atlantic humpback dolphin, they are very excited. It is a great potential for ecotourism. And for fishermen, when they see the species, they know they are going to have a good catch, and they are also excited. The sad story comes from the fact that the species is highly threatened, as I said before, by the small scale fishery, and it is due to the fact that the species is found in the nearshore waters, which are the same places where the fishermen are going to do the fishing activities. Another issue is the pollution from the coastal cities with the waste that will be dumped in the beaches, and finally will be found in the species habitat. And then we have already said that the bycatch is actually the main threat, but the species accidentally captured are generally found alive, but the people kill them and collect them for food. Then the priorities we are now working to address include the assessment of the population status and their interaction with the fishermen. We are also working to map the hotspot. We are advocating, educating, and raising awareness. And we are also developing strategies to mitigate the bycatch, such as developing alternative fishing gear and alternative livelihood for fishermen. One of the activities we have done so far is developing the Siren application, which is a friendly use application used by fishermen to report opportunistic sightings of marine animals, including the Atlantic humpback dolphin, of course. And the application is freely available on Play Store and App Store. We have a network of over 80 fishermen in Cameroon, and when they go to fishing, they voluntarily collect the data, and this is how the application works. The fishermen, when they are doing the fishing, if they see an animal, they collect a photo with the phone, and the application open, and automatically the application will record the location and the date, and the information will be sent to the organization server, where someone will make sure that the information is correct, photos are clear, and there is no mistake. Then information will be double checked and validated, then share with the conservationists, policy makers, and the fishermen for conservation purposes. Here you can see one of the fishermen taking a photo of a group of Atlantic humpback dolphin, and of course the photo cannot be clear as they are not expert, and they just use the means that are available to them. Here we were able to come out with the map showing the distribution of dolphins in general in Cameroon, represented by the red spot. and the bycatch locations for the Atlantic humpback dolphin that you can find in the southern part. The two individuals that have been reported from the bycatch have unfortunately been killed, since they were captured and found alive by fishermen, but they were killed and the meat was collected for food, and that makes us very sad. Fortunately, we were able to collect samples, and we are using the sample collected for genetics analysis. We were also able to identify the vessel and the fishing gear involved in the bycatch, and also to document the pollution in those fishing areas. One of the great news that we have had so far is that we have used data collected by volunteer fishermen to advocate near the government, and we were able to include 4 species of cetaceans in the Cameroon law as protected species, and one of these species is the Atlantic humpback dolphin. Now, looking ahead, we are planning to extend the use of the application in the other countries of the species range, including Ghana, Senegal, Gabon, and other. Now, coming back to the other point, which is the regional collaboration, we have had the opportunity to bring together the stakeholders in the other countries to work together for the conservation of these species through the funding from the Society for the Marine Mammalogy. And with this funding, we are working in 6 countries, conducting interview surveys near fishermen to know their local ecological knowledge about the species, to gather information.
We just lost Cedric here, hoping that his internet might cut in again for what he's sharing with us here about the Atlantic humpback dolphin. We'll keep an eye, but might have just lost his feed there, unfortunately. Part of why we want to share other species besides just vaquita on this day is, we talk about how we can protect these animals. And vaquita, we had been raising the alarm about this animal as the youth mentioned a few minutes ago. There was hundreds of them left when we kind of started the first International Save the Vaquita Day. And now we're down to roughly 8 to 13, as we've heard. But, when we have a species like the Atlantic humpback dolphin, as Cedric just showed, there's roughly 3,000 individuals. You want to make sure we're continuing to protect animals, even when their population is bigger. I'm using air quotes because 3,000 is still a small population. I had a biology teacher years ago, and he would always say, we want to keep common things common. Absolutely, we want to protect endangered species. We want to make sure we have this biodiversity, all these different animals that should be here on the planet. But sometimes we overlook the common things, robins. You see them all the time, and we don't often think about them until it's too late. So we wanted to take this opportunity to make sure that, learning about animals like the Atlantic humpback dolphin in places like Cameroon, where Cedric's talking about all of the observations that they're doing, and having those opportunistic observations by fishermen being reported, that's fantastic. Any data is important data that we can use to protect species at risk. So maybe what we'll do is I might pass it on over to Julius. We can maybe see where Julius is at. And I know we have our panel discussion coming up very soon we want to cut into, but maybe I'm going to let us see where Julius is at.
Absolutely. So hello again, folks. So yes, here we are. And if Cedric comes back, just switch right back to him, and that's going to be great. But so far, I've been making some progress on the drawing of the pod of Vaquita that I've been working on here. So this way, there we go. So you can see some of the newer ones I've started to fill in here are coming along as well. So this is continuing anyway, and then we'll upload an image of this when it's finished anyway to this site. But right now, what I'd like to also do is to switch gears a little bit. And I'd like to share with you what you can do right now as a concerned citizen to help the vaquita from where you are, right from your couch, actually. And so the problems that the vaquita face are complicated, but the biggest one is easily identified, that right now the fishing gear is still present, even though it's reduced in number, that are entangling them. We need the kinds of things that have been working really well for implement better policies from the government to protect them. Policies with teeth that allow the nest to not just be removed, but also to prevent poaching from continuing on the Quaba.
I think we've got Cedric back. Cedric, so sorry. I think we lost you there for a bit.
Yes, I've noticed it.
Welcome. You can share your screen again if you want to continue with your presentation there. It was really interesting to see how the fishermen are helping to report their sightings using that app that you have been able to share with them.
Yes, I don't know where actually I got stopped. Please, can you remind me so I can just take over where I was stopped?
Yeah,
If you can,
absolutely.
yeah.
The screen. So you had talked about that. You had the footage of, I think it was a bit further ahead.
Can you, if you can see my screen, I can just go and then you tell me.
I think we're a couple more slides ahead. I can see the individuals that passed away as bycatch. There's the image of the flipper that you were taking a sample from. If you keep going forward,
Okay.
I think we were, yeah, you talked about the boats that were identified and we saw that. I think we were right here.
Okay, so I can just continue from here.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So what I was actually saying here is that thanks to the fishermen and the data that they have collected, we were able to advocate near the government, and they have finally included 4 species of cetaceans in the Cameroon law of protected species, and one of these species is actually the Atlantic humpback dolphin. And now we are looking ahead to extend the use of the application to the other countries of the Atlantic humpback dolphin range, including Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, Gabon. We are planning to extend that in the coming days. Another thing I was to talk about was how we are working with other partners in the other countries to save the species through the interview survey. And here we thank the Society for the Marine Mammalogy, which has provided us with the funding to conduct the interview surveys in 6 countries, including Cameroon, Gambia, Senegal, Liberia, Congo, and Gabon. And we also thank the international supporters who are helping to develop the strategies and to run the data analysis. We have also had the support from the Mohammed bin Zayed to conduct the same interview in the Guinea, and at the end of the activity, we expect to come out with the knowledge of the fishermen about the Atlantic humpback dolphin, their attitude and the practice. So we are gathering information on their local ecological knowledge to be able to take the decision that include the community wills. Here you can find some photos of the partners that conducted the interviews in the various countries and with the fishermen, and the protocol was standardized to be the same in all these countries. Another main activity we are actually doing is to bring together the partners, the actors in which are working in the Gulf of Guinea. The Gulf of Guinea is a part of the species range, and we bring them together to discuss the strategy to raise awareness through art, science, and sport. Here you can see one of our partners who is from the National Agency for the National Parks in Gabon, who share his experience of what they have been doing in Gabon, and who also came to the event to learn how other partners are doing to implement in his country. The event also bring together kids which learn through dancing and through art, through other activities such as body painting, and to come out with the takeaway message of saving the Atlantic humpback dolphin in the Cameroon and the other countries where population are found actually. With this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Cedric, for your time. And it's exciting to see, what we're talking about with Vaquita, of getting locals involved and getting people who are actually on the water, who see this stuff, getting them involved. This is such a great example of an organization working with fishermen who are out on the water and trying to find that positive solution. So thank you so much for your time and for joining us your evening here for Vaquita Day and for telling us about the Atlantic humpback dolphin. We really appreciate it. Thanks so much, Cedric. Well, as we transition away from Cedric, I think we might be setting up our panel, possibly.
The panel's at 12:15.
Oh, 12:15. Yeah. I can tell time. I'm good at that. We got 10 minutes. We've got some art here. And I have to say, we're going to pass it on back to Julius behind me. We're still getting a lot of feedback about cat mic clapping at your art, and how we should be using art as an option to do conservation. So we're going to pass it on back over. Let's have a look at what Julius is working on.
That's so nice to see people responding well to it, and that always excites me as an artist and a scientist together. It's just such a wonderful thing to see people being excited about this combination. And just a heads up on that as well, and really wonderful. Big applause to all the youth that were involved in the panel discussion, and all the youth that are involved everywhere. You folks out there, you're making a huge difference. You have the chance to make all the difference in the world. Humpback whales bounded back from 5,000 or so individuals in 1966 to over 135,000 as of 2018, which is like a 27-fold increase over like just 52 years. Similar thing could potentially happen to the vaquita in terms of increase. Can you imagine seeing that at a time when they're common again? So with that, there are a number of things that you can actually do right from where you are. One of the things, I mean, it's wonderful to see donations come in as well for conservation societies like the Porpoise Conservation Society. Oh, and by the way, none of us are getting a take of that. We're doing this all completely voluntarily. To me, it's very important. And for these kinds of conservation things, I actually generally turn down payment because to me, that's really important, even when it's offered, because I need to see the funds going to where it's going to be used best. So one thing you can do is that, to donate. Another thing you can do, and this is something anybody can do freely as long as you have an internet connection or a phone, is to contact those individuals who are in positions of power to help produce more effective, protective policy measures to protect our wildlife. And you can do that in a variety of ways. And what we're going to do here today is actually do exactly that on air for a couple of examples. So now, a couple of ways you can do this. One of the people who are really involved, who have a lot of power in this particular case, is the Mexican president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. And he's going to be the one that you're going to be able to contact in a sort of an indirect way. Apparently, he's really active on Twitter, or X as it's now called. If you can tag him in posts about this, he's probably going to read that, because he tends to have find it pretty important what people say about him. So keep that in mind as well. Tag the president of Mexico And actually, Marcus, if you want, I have my screen sharing here. We have some information that I can present people with that might actually help them to point them in the right direction for what I'm going to mention them to them about. And so, for example, yeah, the one is the we've got the feed. In the meantime, anyway,
I was looking for my own microphone. Sorry.
No worries.
No, you're good to go. Your
Okay,
screen
great.
is public for everyone.
Oh, excellent, super. So yeah, so for example, here this is the guy we're talking about, the president of Mexico. You can leave a tagged tagged post on Twitter or X. This would be the account basically, and then he may actually look at it and hey, maybe even respond to it. Oh yeah, he has 10 million followers apparently, yeah, which is pretty large amount. And so he's the guy in charge in Mexico. Make sure you involve him in it. The other thing is that we have ambassadors to Mexico from our various countries in which we live. So I'm in Canada here, and what I can do is contact my ambassador to Mexico from Canada, and that in this case is Graham C. Clark. And that's actually what I'm going to do right here. You can go to the website, and they have a contact us there where they provide the email address for the Mexican embassy. So what I'm going to do and what I have set up actually here is an email. And what you can see here, this is the email that I've written. To make it easier for everybody who's watching to be able to do this themselves, I'm going to make this available through the VIVA, I think it's Vaquita.
Vaquita.day is the website. Yeah, we're going to post those right after the event, so everybody who goes back to the website later can find it there. And we're going to post a link on our social media as well, so you can miss it. Follow us everywhere, Porpoise Conservation Society. We're going to get that content to you.
Super. So as you hear, Marcus just mentioned that this text is also going to be shared, well, the body of it anyway, and then you can personalize it. So you don't even have to compose the letter. You can modify it however you like. This is one that I composed, and that is kind of give me general. And you can use this, attach the email address and the name of the person you're sending it to, and your own name at the end, and whatever personal messages you want. That helps too. Hey, maybe even some of the artwork you created. Why not attach it as well? And you know, we're going to do this. So I'm going to hit send here, and I'm going to send it to Graham C. Clark, who is the Canadian ambassador to Mexico. And there we go, and hit send, and it is now sent. So that's one that I've done. We can do that. Many of our viewers are in the US as well. There's the US Embassy consulates in various cities of Mexico. So you can actually go and look up all of those individually. Here is an example of some of the contact information for the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City. You can actually, they have a phone number here. And then if you want to contact them from the U.S., there's a number there as well. So you can just go ahead and contact them and then look up the embassies from your own countries. The more pressure we put on all of these representatives, the more likely the message is going to be heard by those in power in Mexico who are going to be able to set up policy to actually help protect the vaquita more effectively. And now we have, 8 to 13 individuals left, but imagine what could be done. And we know this can be done potentially from all of the data that we've seen so far today, that the vaquita are potentially genetically viable, even with this low number of individuals, and that we are seeing a possible maybe rise or at least a stability of their numbers now, whether they're becoming net smart and are avoiding the nets now, or the removal of nets is actually giving them a better chance, or both. Whatever is the case, all of this is good sign. This is the first year where I actually feel this really nice buoyant feeling of hope for the vaquita. If we can do this for the most endangered mammal species on Earth, one of the most endangered animals on the planet, then we can demonstrate that what we do as a group really matters and has actual on-the-ground effects. And we can actually save a ton of different species this way and protect the entire planet and all the habitats necessary to allow all of these species to live. I am a staunch, stubborn optimist, but I do that because I've seen effects and I've seen good news occur as a result of these conservation efforts. So I'm going to leave it there. If you wanted to zoom in on the artwork here, you can see how far I've gone so far. This is what people can follow along with. As I mentioned, I'll be posting this once it's finished to vaquita.day, the website from which we're broadcasting this, and then you'll be able to see a more completed version of it. And then, so for now, you can see I've kind of gone a little bit ahead with it, and you'll see some more of this later. But with that, I guess we're just about back up to our regular schedule, so I can pass it back to Lauren and Marcus and Christine, and they can move on with the next panel.
Yeah, I'm just going to be the disembodied voice in the background again, because I don't have a camera on me here. That's good, actually. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that Julius and we're going to be doing lots of these art programs over the next few months. So if you follow our channels, wherever you're watching us right now, just follow those channels, and you're going to get all the updates when we have our next stream. So Julius is coming back to us.
It's exciting.
Okay, I'm giving it back to Lauren. Your show, Lauren.
Show. Welcome back. And again, so many fantastic voices and angles that we can take here. We do have our panel. So what we have for the last part of our live broadcast is a lot of the voice that you've actually already heard from. So we're going to be having a bit of a panel. And it looks like we have Tom, and we have DJ, and we have Octavio, and we have Bard, and I think there might be another person joining us as well. Lorenzo, there he is.
Right on cue.
What we wanted to do was Tom's going to kind of take the lead here, and we wanted to have this bit of a discussion about the current state of Vaquita, where we're at, and just maybe add some more information that we either are lacking or maybe needs to be clarified. So Tom, I'll pass it on over to you.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, this has been pretty amazing. I think as just about every speaker has mentioned so far, this year feels a bit different from the last couple of years. Those of us that have been involved in vaquita conservation for a long time have been struggling until this year to try to not sound depressed and try to look for, some positive messages that we can get across, because the fact is the situation was looking quite dismal. But this year is different. This year we really do have new reason for optimism and hope for the future of the vaquita. And I think that's really come through in pretty much all of the presentations. And, I know that a number of people and even some of the organizations that were funding vaquita work in the past had concluded maybe some years ago that, this was hopeless, that vaquita has no chance of survival, so why waste our time and effort? But I think we're seeing very, very strongly here today that, in fact, that is not the right approach. It's never too late, as long as there are at least a couple of individuals out there. I always say, as long as there's at least one male and one female, right, there's still a chance. And the vaquitas that are around today, these last dozen or so individuals that are swimming around in the core area, they're showing us very clearly that we should not give up on them, and that we need to do everything we can from our end as human beings who care about these animals to make sure that they have the best possible chance of doing everything on their end, which is to continue reproducing and surviving, and hopefully getting to a point here very soon where we're going to see the numbers actually starting to go up. So anyways, that's just the feeling that I'm feeling right now, with this very positive sense of, things are really starting to look up for the first time in a couple of years. So it's wonderful to see that. Yeah, Lauren, do we have any questions from the audience, or would you rather sort of just have us have a discussion here?
Yeah, I did have a question. I just have to scroll back to it. Someone had a question specifically for Barb. There's been a lot of conversation here. It's actually been really fantastic. It might take me a second to find it, but we have had some specific questions. As you heard, someone had asked about using CRISPR for genetic diversity, but as we've kind of heard, any of those negative genes have kind of been rooted out over time. I'll have to look for it here. So sorry, there's a lot of conversation here.
One thing that I just wanted to discuss a little bit was I wanted to find out from the captain, when did Sea Shepherd start the monitoring of the concrete blocks? Was that started last year in 2023? Oh, sorry, 2022?
Yeah, we've been doing it since they put the concrete blocks there. So I mean, when we got there with the seahorse, this was in January of 2023. That was this year. We've been monitoring the blocks since, and the good news is that we didn't see a lot of nets. So you know, just generally, we've seen we just haven't seen a lot of pongas inside the ZTA, and so people aren't leaving. They see our big boat, and that helps to deter them. But also, I think that I think that what we're seeing now is that the Mexican government, we're dealing with very high-end level government people, the Secretary of the Navy, et cetera. And I think that, you know, that it's helping to whoever was protected, and this is just a theory on my part, are no longer protected. So, you know, so essentially they are, you know, staying out of the ZTA. We have seen less pongas, number one. We have seen less nets, and I can tell you from experience of being there that there used to be nets every other turn, and there used to be pongas every other turn, and I'm not seeing that anymore.
Yeah, that's excellent news. Yeah, I was on the 2019 survey in the fall. I think it was September, October, and the number of pongas and gill nets that were just surrounding our vessel was just mind-boggling. So it's really, really amazing and good to see that it seems like you know, things are really working now.
Yeah, I remember that, and I think that, you know, that Barbara was in on the conversation. I got an email from Barbara, you know, that and it started the conversation with the CEO Pridham, you know, to try to figure out a better solution and to find a better vessel to be able to protect the vaquita, because what we were finding is that, unfortunately, as good as those other vessels that we had were for pulling nets, they're not necessarily as good for the new way of doing things with the Navy. And I think that's been a game changer for us and our ability to protect the vaquita.
Right. Lorenzo, have you, in your talk, you talked a lot about, you know, kind of what the Mexican government has done and hasn't done. Do you feel like there are some bright spots in the Mexican government these days that maybe are taking the vaquita issue more seriously? I know that the previous administration, the Peña Nieto administration, seemed to really be taking the vaquita issue on as a major issue, but the current administration seemed to have kind of dropped the ball on that. Do you feel like there's still some hope for the new administration, the current administration, to really do what is needed to get the effort back on track?
Yes, well, from DJ's presentation and all this international pressure going to Mexico, I think that has also played a major role. So when the boycott from NGOs started, and then the embargo from the US to upper Gulf products,
Google Translate.
We were in a meeting, and this is how selfish the bloody, sorry to use that word, some of our fisheries authorities are. They discussed that the percentage of production of the national fisheries production, or at least the Gulf of California, was 0.5%. So why should we worry about a boycott, or why should we worry about an embargo from the US just to this small area? And then the embargo was extended to trawlers, and that kind of changed the game, because trawlers called the head of fisheries at that time. But now it's the Pele Amendment, it's CITES, it's UNESCO, and there is the comparability process from the US to responsible fisheries. So I think all those things have been changing, and they put the pressure. And governments are not homogeneous. So you have the environmental sector of the federal government that they do what they can with that minimal budget. And then you have the others that are more powerful politically and have a better budget, like fisheries and agriculture. And they don't do the share. You just have to compare how much amount of money has been invested by, or funds have been invested by environment and by fisheries. The only thing I don't get, and I discuss this with Barb and many others, is, and it's in the United Nations report, actually, UNESCO report, how come the same people that have boycotted conservation actions remained in the fisheries department, because I don't see a change there. And looking at the report from CITES that also DJ presented, this thing about 100% of fishermen being trained with alternative gear, or 100% fishermen being trained, for shrimp and finfish alternative gear, and that they are using it now. I have never seen in all my life in the Upper Gulf, and I think Octavio can credit that, and Mark, we've never seen a group of alternative fishing gear fishers in the Upper Gulf, because they are bullied and they have to fish very close to shore. I mean, they are a good group, but we don't have that. And as long as I presented in my last figure, and I don't know if I was very clear, but as long as we don't have alternative fishing gear and other incomes, and you satisfy the well-being of the communities and the fishers, it's going to be very hard for the Navy, for Sea Shepherd, to enforce something that affects the well-being of the people. So everybody seems to be changing, but Fisheries Authority seems to be the same. You have the same genetic thing. Those are the ones that should go extinct, not the vaquita.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't delete or purge those deleterious views, basically, among the Fisheries Bureau. It seems like really that's something that still needs a lot of effort to get them to understand the importance of encouraging and helping to develop, with the fishermen's help, the alternative gear, because as we've seen in many other situations, like the tuna dolphin issue and shrimp trawls in the Gulf of Mexico, you can't have a situation where a government comes in and says you can't use this gear anymore because it's harming the environment, but not provide alternatives for the fishermen, because it's just not going to work in the long term, and it's not fair. So maybe that needs to be a major message that we try to get across in our writing to the president and to the various officials in Mexico and other places, and that kind of thing, is that we need to save the vaquita. And one of the things that really seems to be really neglected at this point is working to provide alternative livelihoods for the fishermen and working with the fishermen to do that.
Yeah, I know in previous years we've had the conversation with sustainable seafood kind of fisheries and education groups that help people see when they're purchasing seafood, this was caught sustainably, this wasn't. I know that's not available necessarily all over the world or is as widespread, but sometimes even getting people to ask the question of, how is the seafood caught? And as soon as you see, that name gillnet, just turn around, walk away, just do not buy it. Because even the consumer putting the pressure on, I do care, I will pay more for something caught sustainably, could be one of those potentially avenues to kind of help push that we want those sustainable alternative fishing gears. But Tom, I was going to say, I did find the question, and I do have the ability to post the question so our viewers can see it. But this was for Barb. The question was, why are vaquitas staying in such a small space? Is it because of the food or the temperature? So maybe kind of going back to a bit of the biology, if you would be able to speak on this question again.
Sure. The long and the short of it is we don't know. But they certainly are feeding when we're seeing them there. And we know it's one of the favorite spots of fishermen because that's where we see a lot of the gillnets. So I think it is an especially productive area. And in the past, when there were hundreds of vaquitas, the vaquitas would work these ridges. They weren't just randomly found throughout the vaquita refuge. They were in very specific areas, and they just sort of abandoned one ridge after the other. But the other important thing to know is that we have not been able to monitor those other areas since 2018. I mean, basically, the best way to monitor outside the ZTA, or to monitor period, is using acoustics. And because so many of the acoustic devices were stolen, that entire pathway to understanding the status of vaquitas was basically taken away from us. It all goes back to there being, I think one of the things that isn't encouraging about what we have seen since the concrete blocks went in is that there's no evidence that there are fewer gill nets being used in San Felipe and El Golfo than have ever been used. They've been displaced from a little tiny area, but you still see gill nets everywhere in town. There's no real change in the fishing practices, and that does need to happen. And we're very fortunate, whatever the reason is, that the vaquitas are, that group anyway is staying in that area. It gives us a band-aid, a breather, a little bit of time to get things right, but it's not a solution. There's not, 12 by 24 kilometers is not enough space for the species to recover. And so progress needs to be made. And it was so fun, hearing from the youth panel that have grown up since we started watching it. It was really fun to see everybody. But one of the simple solutions really is educating consumers to absolutely insist that they not eat stuff from gill nets, and even better, pushing towards, legislating against using gill nets. Gill nets are the biggest threat to cetaceans globally. And it just doesn't seem to be working, as is the case with many things in conservation, to just have it be entirely voluntary. I think, one of the simplest solutions is, here's these concrete blocks. But the next step is just saying, you really have to just stop allowing markets to sell something that is almost always unsustainable and is killing off all the top predators in the marine environment. And so I think there really needs to be some more focus onto the simple solution is banning that gear.
The gill nets gotta go.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm looking through the questions too. Tom, I don't know if you had something that you wanted to kind of put in here, but I did find a question. It's on Espanol. I can understand half of it. I was going to post it, and maybe Lorenzo or anyone else might be able to help us answer this question.
Okay, so this is when you want to know the true story since 1996 to date. Let me know, because the nuclear zone or the core zone of the Biosphere Reserve, with only 3 inspectors or enforcement officers, have made this situation where we are now.
Okay.
And that is true, and brings me back to what I was saying at the beginning. When this government, in 2019, the first thing they did was cut the budget of the Commission for Natural Protection Areas and the whole thing of the Minister or the Secretary of the Environment. And that same happened with other agencies. It was not the only one, but they cut that immediately. And there was this logic: as much as you invest a lot of money, the population goes down. So don't invest on that one. So what happened there is that there were no more inspectors from Profepa, which is the agency in charge of environmental enforcement. They have little power, but it's even worse if you're not there. Then the inspectors from the Fisheries Department, we've seen them many times, and Barb and I have seen them smoking outside the pier, not enforcing anything. I had calls from our fishermen that were removing the ghost gear nets, calling me if I could call the Navy, because they were stopping them, because they were going to go out to remove gill nets, but they were not stopping the illegal fishers that are everywhere. So that has had an impact, and this measure is true. I mean, they close offices everywhere, and those good inspectors that were there, they left or they were fired because there was no funding. So that's doesn't mean that when they were there everything was perfect, but I mean, it's terrible when things are even worse. Than fishery inspectors usually work the other against us, not in favor of Vaquita. So that's one. And just because I think William was asking, and it was good to see William and all the youth there. It's so amazing. I never thought what Bart was saying, but yeah, we're getting gray and they're getting, but they're still young on, William, you're still young under this definition of young from United Nations. So you can stay in the panel. So anyway, the blocks, the idea, first we started those idea years ago, and we discussed that in Sirva and Barb and others that are here in the call. But the idea was to stop the trawlers because we had all the acoustic equipment, and if they went through the refuge, then we would lose them. And then we were told that that was illegal. We forgot about it. And then the Navy came with the idea of doing the same, putting the blocks in the water. But they had no clue when they proposed that it was not trawlers that affect the vaquita, but gill nets. So we had a team from the government, and I have to give credit here to Armando Jaramillo, who's not here. But as we were discussing with the Navy, that those things are going to sink, because it's a soft bottom in that area. So those things will sink. And I think Barb dived with Armando there, and they just sink to their waist. So it's a very soft area. So when you put those things, they will sink. And Armando came with the idea of putting those hooks there. And then we started working on those things. I would have liked a different approach, but anyways, it's a success story. And we have, as Octavio was saying, give credit to the Navy, which they don't get and they don't ask for it for whatever reason, but they had the idea, and then the modification came through the discussions. And I think now that I have these, it's time to, it's just the first year we have that, the first fishing season. What's going to happen the next fishing season? I mean, fishers are the smartest people in the world. They will be able to navigate those things. Some fishers told me they would be able to fish there. I don't know if that's just presumptuous or they can. What's happening, as Octavio was saying, to all these blocks? I saw a confidential video of a diver, and there's a bunch of nets around one of the blocks, and it's been there. So how many of those blocks are there? So the Navy needs to have a systematic, and work jointly with Sea Shepherd and others, systematic approach to survey the area and see where do we have those gill nets, because I don't think that's happening. And also, is there a design that could improve what we have now that would make it easier, some maneuvers from if you need to remove one or whatever? So I think it's time to have an assessment of where we are. Can we be improved, or this is the best we have? But anyway, that's I'm going to shut up now.
No, it's important, right? Because I think, you have this perspective that you're actively on the ground, and Lorenzo, you've talked about your work with the local communities, and you're kind of spanning this huge range of folks who are kind of all involved in this problem, and you're definitely seeing, not the underbelly, I feel like that's the wrong word, but you're just seeing a side of it that most of us don't get to see. And I can see like that's frustrating, obviously, for you to see the things that aren't happening or that need to happen, whether it's the investigators or getting more surveys of what's happening. But Tom, I'll kind of pass it back to you as we're chatting through this. I'm still kind of looking through for questions that are on a different tangent that we've covered so far.
Ask the whole group if anybody knows. One thing I've kind of wondered about is once these concrete blocks are put into place, is it feasible to move them if there's a decision that they can be more effectively placed in some kind of array or moved to a different area to do a better job? Or are they kind of like down there and they're stuck there forever? I wasn't sure whether or not that's really feasible. Does anybody know about that?
I let Barbara tell you others. What I just say one thing: the environmental impact assessment to give the permit to those blocks states that they have to remove at some time.
Okay.
At some point. Now, I don't see how they're going to do that. I don't think that's possible. But anyway, I'd like to hear from others too.
Yeah, I'll chime in here. I think that we have discussed at some point the possibility of hiring a crane, obviously with the Mexican government to move them, but that never moved forward. And now with the new addition of the blocks, I mean, it's still theoretical that they're going to put new blocks. I think it's been proposed, but it's going through the process of getting approval from the government to put new blocks in there. So I don't know what's going to happen to the old blocks, to answer your question. And I think it would be very difficult to move these blocks because they weigh a lot. And I think that you saw the ship that it took to put those blocks in. So it would take a ship like that to get those blocks out. So it's not an easy. I looked into professional divers out of San Diego to basically, when we were first analyzing the possibility of putting divers in the water, which is very dangerous because of the current and and just the fact that there's no visibility in the upper Gulf there. It's dangerous for our crew members to go into the water for that reason. So the short answer is we don't know yet, but we have started to discuss what we could do in certain situations, including hiring a professional divers and/or professional crane, a ship with a bigger crane.
And we've heard rumors that some of the blocks may have tipped over as a result of the strong currents. I completely agree with Lorenzo regarding, first, I very much appreciate the work of Sea Shepherd Conservation Society and using their sonar to assess the blocks to see if they're seeing through the sonar any nets on the blocks. But I agree with Lorenzo that as far as I know, there's no, at least I haven't seen any sort of written plan by the Navy to routinely inspect all the blocks in some orderly fashion to ensure that no block is accumulating nets that could act as a death trap for vaquita. So I think that desperately needs to be done. To the extent that this proposal to add new blocks to a larger area goes forward, as Lorenzo suggested, perhaps there's some engineers that could get together and come up with a different design that might be more efficient and that would be easier to pull out if and when they need to be pulled out.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, we would probably all agree that the ideal situation would be that, a limited experiment would have been done with concrete blocks to test how effectively they sink into the bottom and maintain their position, and how effective they are at catching pieces of gill net moving through the area and that kind of thing. But the reality of it is that, of course, we don't have time. We don't have time to do that kind of experiment. That takes a significant period of time to get that kind of data. So this was kind of like, from my understanding, what we call in American football analogy, a Hail Mary, where, the team is behind and, they're about to lose the game, but, you just throw the ball and hope that one of your team members catches it. And so it seems like that's kind of what's done here, which is kind of, for us in the science field, kind of like a little bit disturbing and worrying, because we worry about those kind of things. But at the same time, when you've got a species that literally has about a dozen or so individuals left, you have to recognize that you just don't have time for some of those experiments. So it is at least optimistic, I think, and promising to see that, there is evidence that these things do seem to be keeping the fishermen out. But I think the real test is probably going to be this fall, when the shrimp season starts. And, in the past, we've seen so many gill nets out there, whether or not, we still see the drastic reduction in the number of gill nets in that area. And, until then, I guess we just have to kind of look on the bright side and kind of hope for the best that these things really are going to be a big part of the solution.
And even if they aren't, it makes me wonder, what Barb said is we have this small kind of area covered with these concrete blocks. I guess the vaquita that are left are the smarty pants ones. They've been able to avoid all this danger for so long. So there's a part of me in the animal behavior side of things that wonders if they will figure out hooks and concrete equal good, hang out here, and then maybe that buys us some time to, as Barb was saying, just the gill net's got to go. Like we, as a collective community can try to have that be our go-to of getting that change and making sure that the fishermen are included in that move forward to having those alternatives that we keep hearing about.
Just
definitely.
Quick question. Just a quick question to the the rest of the gang as well here. Actually, something popped up from the back row here. Is there any way to make these concrete blocks more visible to Vaquita, either by making them more sonar reflective or even more visible in the visual spectrum in terms of, say, foil, brightly reflective stuff, so they can avoid them when they become entangled with nets, whether they do or not?
Well, I'm going to let someone else answer that question. I have to run, but I just wanted to put one more plug in for things that need to be done in terms of the concrete blocks and the potential for using them elsewhere in the world. And I think we've sort of been given this opportunity because the Navy just went ahead and they stuck them out there. And I think, supporting Sea Shepherd and others to like come up with ways that are not dangerous, but there's lots of technology with drones. I mean, we heard our youth panel today talking about that. I mean, I think really doing some experiments to be able to expand this, opportunity that could be exported elsewhere in the world, but we need to learn some lessons from it first. And I think there's a real opportunity here to do that and to bring together, some new blood into the system to try to not only see how these blocks are doing, but see how we can improve it. And it may be by putting on other things that make the blocks not only more detectable to vaquitas, but more detectable to monitoring how they're performing. And of course, then there's the social side of things of monitoring how the fishermen are reacting to this type of intervention. So I have to run, but I just wanted to thank everybody. And hope we have more great news next year.
Thanks, Barb.
Thank you so much. Can't say thank you for your time. I'll pass it back to you, Tom.
Let me say something about this that you were saying. We had I think, what's today, Saturday? Get confused. I think Thursday Wednesday, we had a chat with engineers, and I mean, those really experts that I cannot use their name, but I can tell you they build things for the Navy, warfare, and all these sophisticated things. And we were talking about that, and there's a technology to find them. The thing is, you have a technology that it's visible for Vaquita, Sea Shepherd, and the Navy can see, but fishermen cannot know where the blocks are. So you have to come with kind of a solution. Now, fishers in the upper Gulf, they rarely use any sonars or anything. They just move by their years of experience. But still, if they know they can do that, then we will have some finders in the pangas. But I think Octavio knows much better about these technologies than I do.
Well, that and I think that originally the plan for these concrete blocks were, if I'm not incorrect, were to be able to move them if they did find out where they were. But I don't think the plan was all the way talked through or figured out. But originally that was part of the plan, is to be able to move these things around. But that hasn't happened as far as we know, but we do know where they're at.
Yeah, the idea was, when we started the talk, and again, if at some point the authority says you have to remove those blocks, that's going to be a challenge, as you were saying, Octavio. Some of them will be impossible. Probably you can get a few. That's what I was thinking of new technologies. And what Tom was saying, we originally proposed the Navy to do it in steps. Let's do one step and see how a few of those blocks behave, and then you go to the next set of blocks, and at the same time we're monitoring Vaquita and how things are, not to delay or do swim experience. But the Navy said no, as you said. They said no, we have to put them in. And the original idea of the Navy was we put those things in there, and then we can go home. We don't need to And they told us we're desesperated, having people all the time. So we block them, we can go home. And said, no, you cannot go home because you have to make sure they don't fish. And that happened, probably you saw that. When we were there, they were fishing just in the edges of the zero tolerance area, which then creates a net effect and makes a mortal thing. Because vaquitas is not, they don't stay there. I mean, they move out. It's not a...
Well, that's the positive thing about this last Vaquita survey, I think, and
Yeah.
that is that that it's now being talked about, to extend the Vaquita, the ZTA, and hopefully one day we can reach to where it's the larger Vaquita reserve that was originally proposed and actually still technically there, but not in force. So I think that I think we need to take the positive with the positive. It's like at least they're we are talking about that the the ZTA is potentially going to move 4 kilometers in each direction out. That's a positive. That's a win for us, I think.
Yeah.
More concrete blocks. That's also a win, but that's something that we don't really we don't control. That this is somebody else's forte. But yeah, no, I think we take we take a little bit of the fact that they're talking about expanding it, I think is great. And I think that's going to help to eliminate what Lorenzo just said, to have this kind of wall. And then I think maybe in 2 years we can start talking about expanding it 4 kilometers more. And that's we can't because if not, it's it's just going to be full out war if they expand it too fast too soon, and because that's just the way the mindset there.
Yeah,
and I think it's important. I think it's important for the audience to understand that the blocks are helpful. They've bought us time, and in addition to the blocks, I think it's valuable that Sea Shepherd is able to continue to work with the Navy to patrol the ZTA. And I completely agree with Lorenzo regarding alternative fishing gear. It has to be developed. The program has to be more efficient. More fishermen have to be trained. The gear needs to be acquired. It needs to be used. And the legal fishermen need to be given more opportunities and more protection than they're currently given. I don't think we can lose sight of the fact that we still need to ensure that the Mexican government fully implements the September 2020 regulations, because those regulations, there are parts of those regulations that are absolutely not being implemented, including the prohibition of gill nets in the entire gill net prohibition area, or the prohibition on, or the ban on the possession, the manufacture, the transportation of gill nets. So if we really want a solution, all these little components have to come together. And again, I can't emphasize enough how appreciative I am of the work that the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society is doing with the Navy to at least create this ZTA that's apparently now relatively panga, illegal fishing, and gill net free. But there's so much more work that needs to be done. And somehow we collectively, working at whatever levels we can work, need to accomplish that so that the Vaquita have the opportunity to fully recover.
Yeah. One other thing that going back, and I agree with you, DJ, thanks for that. And thanks, of course, to Sea Shepherd. But one of the things, we are still losing acoustic equipment inside the zero tolerance area. The only people that are able to go in are the clam divers, and they don't use gill nets, and it's fair for them, that's their grounds. But if they are removing those C pods or F pods now, the acoustic detectors, then this is a complicated issue.
So there's a lot of technology. Sorry?
No, I think it would be relatively easy to solve, but the government has to pay attention to that.
Right. So you're still losing the technology, the pods that are out there recording the acoustic sounds of the Vaquita. That's still happening. Those are still being removed.
Yeah, not as much as before, but just from this year, God, I forgot how many, but 10 at least.
Right.
Or 7, I can remember.
And Lorenzo, given the cost of those units, and I don't know off the top of my head what they cost, but I've always wondered if some kind of tag could be built into those units so that if they are removed, the authorities would be able to, in effect, track them, find them in someone's boat or find them in someone's yard or someone's shed. Is that even possible? Has that been discussed?
Yeah, we discussed that many times, and if they don't interfere with the recording of the Vaquita clicks, you have to consider that part. So what we were talking with these engineers on Wednesday was exactly what other solutions are there, and they are some. I mean, they're off the shelf right now in some areas that are being used in a very strategic way, but we might be able to put our hands on those. Well, if we get a budget, of course.
Alert tags, yeah. Yeah, I think this is demonstrating that, you know, the long term, there's the short term solution that you need to prevent the species that, you know, has such low numbers from going extinct. That's one thing. But then there's the long term issues of, you know, what do you do to achieve a healthy, sustainable ecosystem in the Northern Gulf of California that is prosperous for vaquitas as well as other species of animals as well, and also a place where fishermen who are respectful of the environment can make a good living and feed their families and provide seafood to those of us who love to eat seafood, including myself. You know, that's the long-term challenge and the long-term solution that, you know, we're seeing how difficult it is to get to that. But again, we've got this short-term need to try to prevent the vaquita from going extinct in the meantime. And sometimes those two issues can sort of not be, you know, they can be in conflict with each other. But that's just the way the world is right now, and I guess we just have to deal with it.
Well, mirroring what you just said there, Tom, it's funny. So someone has posted this comment that they currently work in the area and they are looking for alternatives to solve what's happening in the Upper Gulf. So we do have, you know, fisher folk who are watching us right now in this whole,
Excellent.
you know, 4 hours that we've been talking and talking about alternatives. And, you know, as Lorenzo has said, the folks that are using the alternative gear are having not the easiest time doing so, but, you know, even having comments like this and their next comment was they don't want to give up for future generations. So, you know, even in this short time, like we are seeing that positive message coming through. And maybe since we have so many sources where we can get information out to folks, maybe we can continue to, you know, put updates there if people are curious, if this is an easy way to get that information and take that feedback, as Lorenzo has said, from folks who want to use this technology and can let us know, yes, it's working, no, it's not working.
Well, I do think that's an interesting comment from the person who posted it. I think people should recognize, particularly people who live in the area, who see things, the legal fishermen who are perhaps upset that they don't feel like they're, you know, getting the opportunities or the support that they need. Please recognize that all of these entities that I've referred to, the World Heritage Convention, the CITES Secretariat, and even some things I didn't get to, like the US government's use of the Pele Amendment to try to put pressure on Mexico to do more, or the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the imports ban that Lorenzo briefly mentioned in some comments a little while ago. There are agencies behind all those things, and communicating what these people are seeing or not seeing to those agencies is very important. I don't know very many legal fishermen in the upper Gulf of California. I don't have the connections that Lorenzo has. You know, I hear rumors, I hear things, but I can't verify things. And so that's not information I can share with these other entities to demonstrate to them what is working or what is not working. So to the extent that there are people that are participating in this event who have that information, who can demonstrate it in videos, photographs, you know, other information that they're able to collect that can be verified, please consider sharing it with the National Marine Fisheries Service in the U.S. Please consider sharing it with the CITES Secretariat or the Secretariat of the World Heritage Convention. It's all important information that will be considered in their decision-making processes.
Yeah, and there's one more thing now that you were mentioning this, DJ. Mexico has to take the opportunity that it's being offered with, for example, the Pele Amendment. They shouldn't see it as imperialism come here. They should see it as the opportunity to help with alternative fishing gear, better enforcement in other areas. etc. That's an opportunity. In Mexico, take us like an insult. Or here come the gringos. But if they are smart, they can take that opportunity, and they miss that opportunity with the World Heritage. When we were put it in the red list because of Vaquita, of natural heritage, putting you in the red list is not a punishment. They put you there so you can get the help from UNESCO and member countries to support your World Heritage area and bring it back to normal, or to the, what's called the green list or the blue list, whatever. And they took it as a punishment.
Yeah.
And that's not the way it goes. So Mexico has to be not only talking about intelligence in the upper Gulf, which they do very little, because every fisherman knows who is making money from Totuaba, tons of them, but also how you relate to these international agreements and take the advantage, don't take them negatively, look at the positive side of that. And I think that's missing with past governments and this government.
And I think in regards to the Pele Amendment, I think you make a good point there, Lorenzo. For those who don't know, the Pele Amendment is a U.S. law that basically allows the U.S. government to certify countries that are diminishing the effectiveness of international environmental conventions like CITES. In this case, the U.S. government did certify Mexico in May 2023 for diminishing the effectiveness of CITES because of the illegal Totuaba take and trafficking. And then 2 months later, as required by the law, the White House, the Biden administration decided not to impose sanctions. They certainly had the authority to impose sanctions, but they decided not to. And instead, they are calling on Mexico to strengthen their enforcement. They are offering assistance to Mexico, and this gets exactly to Lorenzo's point that I'm hoping Mexico takes the U.S. up on that offer, and then they are monitoring, assessing that they will be assessing the situation for the next year, to basically leaving the door open to impose sanctions should they be necessary if things completely go sideways in Mexico.
Well, I have to say it's been really exciting to hear the updates, from the water feedback that people have had. Tom, do you have any final thoughts or anything else we want to kind of finish our whole, Viva Vaquita Day with? Is there any kind of thing we haven't covered yet that you want to make sure we do?
Well, yeah, one very important thing is I want to thank all of the speakers today, all of our panel members, including the youth panel members who were amazing. And I want to really take this opportunity to thank all the folks who are behind the scenes who made this happen. The folks that kind of organize the event and kind of get things going include some of the people you've seen on the screen here, including Lauren and Julius. But the disembodied voice that you've been hearing periodically throughout the event is Marcus Wernicke. And Marcus is our technical guru and whiz who really, I mean, I say this absolutely literally, we could not even dream of having this event the way we do without Marcus. He has all the equipment, he has all the knowledge, and he knows a lot about porpoises as well. And so I want to really thank everyone, especially Marcus, for the important roles they've played in putting this together. I think it's been a really amazing event today, and I think hopefully everybody's learned a lot. I know I have. I think once again, I got to emphasize the fact that even though there's still some sore points and some parts of it that aren't really going as well as we had hoped, it seems like there's been some real progress made this year, and the situation in some ways seems to be improving, and at least we're seeing some evidence that the vaquita population doesn't seem to be declining anymore. And we got to hope that that continues to be the case in the future. So everybody do your part. I think I need to mention everyone that, one thing you can do is just tell everybody that you know about the vaquita. If they don't know much about the vaquita, bore them with all kinds of facts about the vaquita and what they can do to help. Because the more people that know about this animal and the very, very tough situation that it's in, the more chance we're going to have of getting enough hands on deck to actually save the species at the end. And it's pretty clear from the presentations and the panel discussion that this effort does require a lot of different people with different expertise, different bits of knowledge, different types of equipment. You know, the water efforts that the Sea Shepherd are doing are amazing and incredible. The behind the scenes effort that groups that DJ mentioned, the Animal Welfare Institute and Center for Biological Diversity and others are working on are critically important as well. The folks like Lorenzo and Armando and others and Barb who've been working on vaquita conservation for literally decades have, you know, all that stuff needs to come together. And, you know, you've still got a lot of things that we need to do to make sure that that comes to effort in a way that really can ensure a safe future for the vaquita. But it looks like, you know, there's some reason for optimism and hope. And finally, I would just finish up by saying that, you know, if you have learned something today and found it helpful and useful, we would encourage you to obviously do everything you can, all those things that are listed in terms of what you can do to help the vaquita. In particular, also, if you make donations to organizations that are trying to help the vaquita, that will really help us to continue our efforts and to be able to continue doing things like this and have future Save the Vaquita days, which, as I said before, I'm hoping someday it won't have to be a Save the Vaquita day. It'll be just enjoy watching the prosperous vaquita out there instead. That's the long-term hope that we all hope to see. At the bottom of the screen, you can see some ways that you can donate and do your best to do anything you can to help the effort. And we appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks.
One more thing, I have a suggestion. With those emails or letters that you're sending, include Julius' drawing and say, this is what we have to say.
Absolutely. Work can play an important role as well. Yeah,
yep.
Definitely.
If you want to see it nearly completed here, basically, if you want to switch over. Oh, and here we go. If you want to, there we go. This is getting closer now. So yeah, I'll get you guys the completed version of it soon, and then you can include that if you like in your letter and make. Oops, thinking in reverse. And also do your own drawings. You know, personalize it, and especially like I always think that politicians are probably less likely to throw away maybe physical letters with drawings that maybe kids have drawn, for example, or adults and so on. A little bit of art to help, you know, brighten up their refrigerator or something. Who knows?
Definitely, definitely. And don't worry if you're not a talented artist like Julius. I know I am not. Just a stick drawing of a porpoise, if that's all you can do, shows that you care about these animals, and you know you're giving a little bit of your personal effort to the effort to save the vaquita, and I think that'll mean something to people. So yeah, do what you can. We appreciate it, and the vaquitas appreciate it, I'm sure.
Amazing. Well, thank you all for your time today. Absolutely appreciate every moment and your knowledge and your experience. Thank you so much for making our International Save the Vaquita Day possible. And I also want to give a shout out to another person who's behind the camera here. Her name is Christine of Marcus and Christine, and she has been speaking to a lot of our special guests as they were getting ready to come on. So she's kind of been our behind the scenes producer along with Marcus. So the two of them are invaluable to this. And again, all this, the specialists, the researchers, the youth, everyone you've heard from, you know, these are people who are passionate about protecting animals like vaquita. And for those of you who have stuck with us through to the end of our live broadcast here, thank you so much. Yeah, we know you care. I can see the comments coming through. And we have been hearing, as Julius mentioned earlier, that there have been a lot of donations coming in. And know that that does go directly to conservation, both for Porpoise Conservation Society and directly into vaquita rescue efforts, as you heard from Octavio with the Sea Shepherd. I mean, that's all funded by people like you who care. And again, if we can't get there, our money can. So take-home messages, as Tom said, absolutely get involved. Every little bit helps. And we thank you so much for being a part of this today, for helping us protect vaquita. You will be able to watch this on any of the streams that you have been watching us on already. And if you do have questions belatedly, you can feel free to contact the Porpoise Conservation Society or Viva Vaquita, and we'd love to get back to you that way. But on behalf of myself, on behalf of our entire team, our researchers, and everyone that you've heard from today, thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and Viva Vaquita.
Hi, I'm Dr. Alex Urbini, Chair of the Scientific Committee of the International Whaling Commission, or IWC. The IWC is the global intergovernmental body charged with the conservation and management of whales, dolphins, and porpoises. And we have great concerns for the vaquita's long-term survival. The IWC and its scientific committee wholeheartedly support the International Save the Vaquita Day. In fact, this week, we issued the first IWC Extinction Alert. The aim of the Extinction Alert is similar to the International Save the Vaquita Day, which is to generate support and encouragement at every level for the actions needed now to save the vaquita.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lindsay Porter, the Vice Chair of the Scientific Committee. There are only 10 vaquita left in Mexico's marine habitat, so this species is on the very edge of extinction. The sole problem the vaquita face is bycatch. They are caught unintentionally in gill nets. These gill nets are set for a large fish called the totoaba, which is also an endangered species, and as such, the entire fishing operation is illegal. The demand for totoaba as an ingredient in beauty elixirs comes from Asia, so this issue spans the globe. To combat the trafficking of totoaba, regulators, fishing communities, scientists and conservationists from all over the world are working together. However, for the vaquita, the solution is simple. To prevent extinction, we have to remove all gill nets from their habitat, and we have to do it now.
So we encourage everyone to get involved. Tell the people you know about the plight of the vaquita. Join the IWC and many other organizations in doing all you can to support the International Save the Vaquita Day.